Saviors on this shore. I got a fever, a big fever. I'm up after no insane. I got a fever, a big fever. A big old batch of fever on my mind. Fever going south. Carry up in that second around. That fever, fever. Don't give up, don't let you insane. That fever, fever. They are the batch of fever on my brain. That fever, fever. Don't go insane. That fever, fever. Big old match beaver on my brain. Big old match beaver on my brain. McDoctor, what's up? Listen to a little bit of Wheel Walker's new album that just came out a week ago. Oh, by the way, I saw your little thing on the Reddit or on the group chat. So my colony's twisted. Yeah, actually, I opened it a lot earlier than I intended because my manager, well, I won't say too much, but one of my coworkers, I should say, was just like, hey, have a sip of that? What you got? Oh, I never had that before, you know? And I was like, yeah, fuck it. You know, you're about to get off too, so I gave him a little sip, and I started kind of chugging most of it on my way home. So I'm a little already, you know, getting a little tipsy before we even start smoking all that shit, so because of that, because he hijacked a drink of my alcoholies, I've acquired now a third, so. By the way, if you haven't heard Wheeler Walker Jr.'s newest album, you should listen to it. It's fucking great. I can see, I can buy this fear and scratch will see. If I know it's around, it's ever in this field. Don't get through this after easy. Don't be wake up today and leave. Everybody fucked by a country boy. Rammed, died and faded. Neck spread a my of him bread. Spread his voice. Oh my god, I love this song. Washington County Sheriff's were out in numbers today. Must have been a National Buy a Donut for Free Coffee Day at Denny's or something. Yeah, they probably needed to fill quota, so they were out in force to make sure they intimidate the fucking local populace into, you know, whatever quotas they gotta fill. Because, you know, they're fucking pills. A bunch of pigs. I also kind of saw that, yeah, actually, take these off. Turn these off. I should play something that we can have in the background. I also saw your little, thing about the police in Portland that decided to fucking, like, speed around. And, like, in heavy traffic, it didn't hit some sort of electrical box. It didn't lose, it somehow dematerialized one of their front wheels. It's like, man, the pigs were definitely not showing their best today, evidently. Because, man, they must have been doing all sorts of stupid shit. Maybe that's why they're out on patrol, like, you know, and there's a lot of them, you know, so now there's going to be a few of them that are actually going to be legit just outright dumb fuck idiots. I guess Washington County and Malone are different, but still. Guess they want their own ones, you know, doing some shit. Yeah. Do this and yeah. Nice. You know, honestly, I'm just kind of feeling, you know, at least for today, kind of a good mood. I don't know what it is today about it, but it makes me feel a little odd that I feel good, you know, after a day of work, when I also have kind of technically a split day off. I mean, I'm off Friday and Saturday, but I'm also off Sunday, so. I know the roof rack for my car fucks the sunroof because the wind is making noise-ass whistling sound when the sunroof opens. Damn. Well, that must be annoying. Oh, what the fuck? Look up. Look up. Look up. Here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Swah. I noticed the lack of a dog, so I was just like, wait, what's going on? I don't really use sunroofs that much, so not really. Well, I guess that's good. But during the summer, you're probably going to be using them more often than not. So. Boom. It's a good baby. My car has quality AC, so not really. Let me have a point. Let me have a rebuttal to you. Ass, come on. Let me have, like, a one-up on you, bruh. Yeah, watch the heat be so bad it fucking destroys your AC. We'll see how quality it is then, bitch. We'll see how quality it is then. Watch, by the fucking time it's fall, your AC is actually going to be somehow stronger than ever. It's like my AC has grown even more powerful than you can even imagine. I mean, you can stick your head out of the sunroof on your way to Royal Blood. Eh, fuck it. Yeah, I'll literally be a dog and just be like... Oh, by the way, did you see my fucking shit that my fucking store manager is doing to us now? Did you see that? I know that you were a little annoyed by me and Logan kind of going back and forth with it, but I mean, so I'm assuming you probably at least saw some of it. But basically, like, micromanaging bullshit. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of want to wait to chat about it because, you know, low-key, I kind of want to, you know, wait for everyone to kind of gather around and all that shit. But just kind of a summary, the store manager, like, today was just like, you know, here, honestly, like, we're not the only department that got that. And basically, you know, like, literally everybody in the store was bitching about this shit. Literally everybody. Like, stick with one group chat. Hey, I do. That's Logan you need to talk to, bro. I don't like it either. It's annoying the fuck out of me too, dude. like, hey, I'm annoyed too. Like, that's why I told him, it's like, yo, you want me to, like, when we meet up next time, try to fix that for you? Because, low-key, it is fucking annoying. I mean, it's not against them, obviously, but it is a little ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what issue Logan's phone has with that. And honestly, I've never even heard of it before, so it really, you know, makes me question a little. It's just like, what? How is this an issue? Like, I feel like he just does have another group chat created, but for some reason he just doesn't want to, like, delete it or something. Because I guess he maybe doesn't know how. I don't know. Like, if I meet with him at some point, maybe, like, tomorrow or something like that, I'll see about it. See what I can do. But, yeah. I mean, but yeah, like I was saying, though, like, with the micromanaging bullshit, like, they have, like, like, honestly, it was, like, insane. They had a bunch of very specific little different sheets for every shift. So they had, like, 2 different ones for opening, for mids, for cooks, for fucking, you know, like, closing. Like, just, like, pretty much every tiny little thing and just wanting to micromanage, like, every tiny little detail. And it's just, like, and it literally is just so the store manager and the fucking, like, you know, corporate higher-ups can feel important when they're not. Like, because, honestly, all in all, like, it's... Literally 90% of the shit is stuff we already do, but they just want to, like, really be fucking, like literally, like, a dildo in our ass about it, and just, like, you know, anally butt plug us about it. So it's just like, what the... It's like, fuck you. Like, what? Oh, we decided now you can't handle yourselves as workers because, you know, even though you're on the ground and on the floor and understand the, you know, situation way better than we ever could... Even he's pissed off about this bullshit. Yeah, but it's just like, you know, even though, you know, it's just like, hey, Sukov, alright, bro, chill, I'm trying to tell a story here. But, like, you know, it's just, it's like, you get this, you know, this mentality of, like, hey, even though, you know, you're all, like, workers on the floor, and, you know, you're all able to, like, you know, understand and figure it out way better than we ever could, but it's just like, nah, fuck you, we're gonna micromanage everything that you need dealt with and shit, and, you know, what you normally do, and even though we don't pay attention to you anyway, because we don't give a fuck besides what's on the production line, basically, and that's about it, it's just like, meh, you know, we're gonna, you know, kind of, you know, take some control and some reins on how you all work. It's like, fuck off. It's like, I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal if, like, you know, the management and higher-ups actually gave a fuck and, you know, communicated with their fucking workers and shit. But no, they want to fucking do this bullshit where they barely, like, ever communicate with us. And when he does, when our fucking store manager does do that shit, it's basically like, so what's going on here? What's the game plan? You doing this? You're doing that? What about this? What? Like, he's literally not giving a fuck about, like, you know, anything else besides, is this done, that, that. Like, and also, like, half of it's, like, shit that, you know, you don't even give a fuck, you know, that isn't even a fucking priority. Like, the audacity. Like, my fucking manager, he literally, with all these fucking micromanagement papers, while my manager, when she was doing some of the backload in the freezer and shit, he came up to, like, her U-boat and just dropped them on, you know, some of the stack of the boxes, like, here's some, like, new micromanagement, blah, 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 whatever bullshit, whatever he was saying to her. And then he was like, and oh, by the way, don't hesitate to dust first. And it's just like, out of all the fucking things, one, you're telling a manager, a woman, by the way, to dust first, you know, before all this other main priority bullshit. And two, and for three, that's their main fucking concern, is dusting. Like, guess what? That's literally going to be done in the morning again because, you know, it's pollen season, and two, like, there's just going to be dust everywhere. Like, oh my god. Oh no, the audacity of dust. It's just like, what? I mean, honestly, it just felt like a little bit more of a, chauvinistic jab at her more than anything, because he definitely strikes me as that, because there's been consistent history about different female coworkers and management getting a little fucked more so than male coworkers and management by him more often than not. So, I guarantee you there's a little bit of that playing into it, too. Make sure you dust. Make your other male coworkers go do all the more manual stuff, and you dust. Don't forget your maid outfit. Oh. I guarantee you that's what he was fucking thinking, too. Don't hesitate to dust, and make sure that you, you get your maid outfit for that, sure. Look the part. Oh my god, dude, he's such, like, honestly, like, the dude is straight up like a goddamn wretch.
No, you need to be careful of that cat.
Oh, he's chewing on a bone. Her response: they say men don't live as long, so why don't you get out here and be the best statistic you can be? Yeah, he is an older chap, too. And he used to be a pastor. So, yeah, that's nice and peachy. I've also been catching my manager also wearing this specific pen pretty much the entire time. And also, she's unironically been trying to get herself into trouble, even though it's literally not working. Like, she's just basically like, it's like, she was telling me, it's like, now that I, like, broke up with my boyfriend or whatever, blah, 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 and I've been able to kind of, be myself, for once, in a long time, like, I'm kind of at a point where I kind of don't give a fuck, where it's like, I'm supposed to be the example of, make sure there's no drinks and stuff back here, but he caught me with one, and, I don't wear a hairnet, blah, blah, and I'm like, like, yeah, I mean, it's just like, especially considering, how he is and the conditions are when it comes to, like, manager to work in relations, yeah, it's just like, fuck him, at this rate, why should we have to deal with that bullshit? Yeah, we're gonna be rebellious, and guess what, we still get our shit done. Which is why he probably doesn't bitch about it, and why her getting in trouble isn't working, because at the end of the day, he may not like the way it's done, but shit gets done regardless. But maybe he feels like, I don't know, communicative. Maybe there would be a better back and forth, and probably compromises and understanding on how, we can, make not just production line shit, but make sure that, like the shit that we normally do is, all fine dandy. Maybe some adjustments here and there, but there's none of that. There's literally like a fucking wall, and there's like a little one-way gate where he might pop out and be like, hey, bah, 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 bah. And then he'll like pop out, and leave and do whatever the fuck he's doing on the other side of the managerial wall. It's just like, the dude basically also does not take a second to like not move. Like he's constantly moving around doing all sorts of shit, because if you're not moving, then you're basically being lazy and not doing your job or whatever the fuck. Like, the dude has such a weird, like, very, like, assembly line-esque, like, cog and machine style of, like, ethic. And it's just gross. Like, I mean, honestly, 100%, like, so much of the shit would be 10 times better if he was not the fucking manager. Dead ass. And honestly, with the new contract and everything, that's not necessarily going to be enough for us. Like, there's definitely going to be, especially for me, wanting to work more with the union anyway, I'm going to try to talk more with them about a lot of this shit. Because now that this main fight is over and succeeded, now there's more opportunity, more room and time to work on more of the smaller shit like this. And, and I want to see what could honestly be done, because he either needs to fucking, like, be cracked down on a little bit, reprimanded, or fucking move to a different store or something, because he needs to be, as far as I'm concerned. Or just step down to store management, if he still wants to be there. How's they doing, my fellow cabbage in the garden of consciousness? Wow, that is a complex, that's a complex compliment I don't even know how to process or think. But to be fair, I've been inebriated even well before I started this. So, damn. Damn. The audacity of dust by store manager Arak Babama. But, yeah. I mean, honestly, when it comes to how I'm doing, besides, like, the micromanage bullshit, honestly, I'm pretty in good mood, because, honestly, my manager, knowing how she had, like, literally a no-fuck-given day, and pretty much everybody was vibing, chilling. And also, my coworker brought in he brought in his 45 cal Glock, and showed me, and I was just like, ooh, So it's just like, hey, dude, you know, it's like eventually it's like, you know, I've been shooting a couple times. Why don't you and I, like, you know, fucking, you know, go out shooting sometime and shit. So sometime in the future, him and I might actually get together and do that. So, yeah, that's pretty dope. And honestly, it's just like now looking at it, I'm actually surprised. Like, especially at least the 45 caliber variant. Like, Glocks are kind of fucking big. So I was just like, it's kind of a hefty piece. But actually pretty light and pretty comfortable though, nonetheless. So, never really been into Glocks as much, but I mean, all in all, like, it was pretty comfy. Surprised they allow guns in there. Lamau, I work a flip of shit if someone brought a gun. Well, like, it technically you're not supposed to, but if you have it, like, you know, put away and, like, you know, safely, you know, stored with your shit, which he did. He had it in his backpack. So it's just like, I mean, it's not like, you know, he had it on his person while working or some shit. He had it in his backpack and it wasn't on him on the clock. And honestly, you know, like, and honestly, there's been plenty of other coworkers I've known in the past that have done that. Where, you know, where we would be chatting, they'd be like, yeah, you want to see my gun or whatever? And they'll go to the locker or go to the backpack and, you know, whip one out and show me and whatever. And obviously, in a very safe, responsible manner, make sure it's, you know, empty, you know, nothing in chamber, on safety and all this other stuff. You know, so, like, it's not like we're being dumb about it, but, you know, it's just like, you know, we're being safe, responsible, checking it out and shit. You know, but nonetheless, it's just like, you know, he's not the only one that's done that before. But, you know, it's just like, it's technically not, but, I mean, as long as you're not being a fucking dumbass about it, you know, no one's really gonna bat much of an eye. So, you know, it's not a big deal. Here at Shopping Co., we allow guns, but only so people could die quicker. Yeah, I mean, luckily, the coworker I know that owns it, he's actually a very safe and responsible gun owner. Like, he's somebody that honestly, you know, like, he should be kind of an example, you know, when it comes to that type of stuff, because he's a former military and a former police officer, but the officer rep is actually more like 2 or 3 years. Like, he didn't really go in that long because he didn't like it. Like, he was, most of his, like, you know, combat / like, firearms training was mostly in the military and shit. So, yeah, like, I mean, which I'm actually kind of, in a way, happy that, you know, being, you know, for him being a cop wasn't exactly something that he liked, but, but that's just personally me. He did it for a bit when he was, married, but once he got divorced and left that, he realized, okay, this job actually kind of fucking sucks. And, you know, he was like, nah, I think I'm just going to kind of retire early and do some engineering. So, honestly, he's a pretty fucking cool dude. And, like, even, like, earlier today, like, him and my other closer and I, we all had, like, a major talk with, like, some, you know, like, just straight up, like, full-on, like, labor lefty shit. Even, you know, with him being kind of a conservative leaning, where he's just like, I don't get how these fucking rich people, you know, can have just so much wealth and, you know, have billions of dollars and have, like, you know, these big mansions and shit like that, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm like, yeah, like, I mean, it's just, you know, and, you know, we had, like, kind of a little bit, you know, 3 of us having a little back and forth with that. And I was chiming in, too. It's just like, you know, it's like having, you know, a couple luxuries or, you know, a couple little, like, fun trinkets here and there isn't even, like, you know, I won't even say it's a fundamental problem. It's the insane, like, hyperbolic, like, inflationary, like, insane, you know, just intensity and just, like, you know, like, in massive, you know, quantities of, you know, doing such, like, you know, the fucking Musk Bezos types and shit, or even people that aren't, you know, necessarily as rich that we don't hear about as much, and, like, the, you know, smaller billions and, like, hundreds of millions and shit. It's like, that's, and, you know, because it's true. Like, I mean, when you have so much wealth like that, like, I mean, especially in the current society, like, you know, where, you know, someone like me, you know, or actually one of my other coworkers just recently bought a $1,000 gun, a 44 Magnum, and he was just like, it makes me actually kind of feel less shitty for buying that now a little bit, you know, thinking about it, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, the balance about stuff like that, you know, and it's just like, yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, especially with what, you know, whether it's gun or not, but, like, you know, when it comes to, like, different little trinkets or fun little, you know, things that are, you know, might be considered luxury to, like, a working, you know, poor working class or middle class folk, I mean, it's just like, those type of things are fine. I mean, if anything, that type of stuff should be, kind of encouraged, because that's kind of the whole idea of meritocracy, right? It's just like, yeah, you kind of start, kind of a ground, basic, kind of like ground floor level of things, and then you work your way up from that type of shit. As work more with over time and shit, you get more success, more wealth, and able to, grow and prosper more from that type of stuff, and thus, get maybe, a couple little luxury things here and there, and a couple, maybe a better home, and this and that, and this other type of shit. Like, I mean, like, if that's the whole idea of what meritocracy is about, then evidently we went way far fucking field. In fact, we're doing the exact opposite of it and trying to kill it. I mean, at least at the very basic premise of, like, labor and shit, that's, what the whole idea is about. It's at least giving people, like, the basic start, to have at least, something to build up towards and build up with. But, mainly I would like to say that, it should go way further than that, too. Have you heard about the new EU social media company regulations? Oh, God, that sounds dystopian. And no, I haven't. But you should probably lay it on me a little bit. Because that's... Oh my God, that just sounds horrible. That sounds like shit. Love to touch your hair. A lot of people do. Lots of people do. Not really dystopian. I don't know. I mean, like, what? I mean, what's all in it? Because honestly, especially considering how America is with social media, whenever I hear regulations, I kind of get, some red flags in my head. But I mean, at least unless there's like some sort of actual, like, maybe nationalization or some sort of public interest effort and that type of shit. Trying to find an article. Banned from Delhi. I grabbed my manager by his fat, crusty head. Then I hacked him into pieces and wrapped him in the world's biggest tortilla. Everyone made me god of the deli, and this is how I became god of fresh cuts. It's pretty much consumer protections applied to social media companies. Oh, so that's actually quite the opposite. Well, good. That actually sounds good. Baby. Because there definitely needs to be some consumer protections, also applied to, to social media and online. Especially if a lot of these different platforms like Facebook and shit that could just do, so much of this, like, fucking advertising bullshit. Where, a lot of these different, other small adjacent companies or contract companies that, do advertising on these platforms and shit can, kind of fuck you over a little. And there's nothing really to kind of protect you from that shit specifically. At least not directly. Like, in some ways there is, but it's not really as easy. Oh, here it is. Huh. Well, it is about Facebook. And Google. All social media sites accountable for illegal content. Intentional risk paying billions fines. On the Digital Services Act, landmark law requiring companies to more aggressively police their content and take down anything deemed harmful or illegal quickly. What's harmful or illegal? Our new rules will protect users online and ensure freedom of expression opportunities for businesses. Depending on what's harmful. What is illegal offline will effectively be illegal online in the EU, and strong signal for people in this country worldwide. I mean, I'm more of wondering, like, what would be illegal in the EU in comparison to, I guess, the US in a sense. Approved by last month to curb big tech's market power to European Parliament. And it's protected space against spread of illegal. I mean, it's so vague. When it keeps saying just illegal content. Target users with online ads. I mean, that part sounds good. DSC will effectively stop platforms from targeting users of algorithms using database under religion. Well, that's good. Targeting children and fads will be prohibited. That's good. So there's at least some stuff in here. I feel like there's a caveat, though. New EU law will impact popular user generating Still grappling with how to make big tech companies do better if curbing harmful content. Yeah, get real. The EU law was met with praise on the other side of Atlantic. This is huge amount of book. Okay. It doesn't say anything about, like, harmful shit. It's just, like, illegal stuff and, like, you know, cracking down on their algorithm shit. Like, if that's, why'd they have a Hillary tweet? Ew. But encourage you to get a deal done. Tweet Thursday. Hillary, why is this article fucking, like, oh my god. Alright, I'm alright. Now I'm pissed. Oh, get the fuck you, Hillary, you wretched, evil bitch cunt. Like, I don't give a for far too long. The tech platforms have Pokemon Gold to the polls and amplified disinformation and extremism with no accountability. It's like, fuck you, you wretched reptilian bitch. Like, no one gives a fuck what you have to say. Like, oh, like, and honestly, it's like, it's rich of her to say that shit when she spread a bunch of fucking disinformation herself when it comes to, like, you know, DNC fucking Russiagate propaganda, when she literally could not fucking have any self-reflection and literally blamed everybody but herself when it comes to that fucking election in 2016. Fuck you, you goddamn corporate whore bitch. Rotten fucking filch and parasite. Ugh. Give me a break. So that's no Clinton bullshit. I mean, it's too late now. I already went down. I already went off, bro. It's too late now. All gas, no brakes, baby. I urge our transatlantic allies to push the Digital Service Act across the finish line, bolster global democracy before it's too late. Or else we will come and we'll see and you'll die. I fucking hate this wretched bitch. Redacted, Minecraft, redacted, Roblox. I was Bernie Spurs, same here. Both times. Unfortunately, he got scuttled every single fucking time, and goddamn leftists and liberals alike, you know, decide to fucking, you know, just vote blue no matter who, and just go down the harm reduction train, even though there's literally no goddamn harm reduction to be found, really. Outside of maybe sprinkling around here every now and then, occasionally. Tenneville Mountain Party. Mountain Party? Can you enlighten me on that? That sounds like a local, like, West Virginian party, I'm assuming, but that sounds awesome. We're in a mountain party. Is it like kind of like a lefty rural, like, mining slash, like, mountain, like, kind of, you know, party type of thing? Like, we're kind of like, you know, rural mountain country folk that's, like, kind of labor and lefty typey. That's kind of what it, you know, jives me as. I mean, if it wasn't for close primaries in Oregon, fuck, I'd probably just go for either the, like, Socialist Party or the fucking, the Green Party or something. Mountain Party, West Virginia's equivalent to the Greens. Oh. So basically the Green honestly, like, they should have called themselves the Green Mountain Party. Green Mountain. I mean, because that, I feel like it rolls a little better. It also feels like a more official title. And it still kind of holds reminiscent to the green element of everything. But hey, nonetheless, that sounds based. So, dope. I will say one thing. I kind of wish that, like, environmentalists and union lefties didn't clash as much, especially when it came to, like, you know, some of these old industries in these places, like West Virginia, when it comes to, like, things like coal mining. Because it's just like, I mean, like, I guess to some degree, it won't be able to outright, you know, end that industry 100%, because there's still some things about our society that will still need, you know, elements, you know, of those resources. But, like, I mean, you know, honestly, that's not really much of an excuse in my mind. We can obviously adapt and, you know, change that. So, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, really, fuck that excuse. But at least maybe in the immediate sense, I could get it. But that's why, honestly, it's like, why don't these, environments be like, hey, you can keep your union, your jobs and shit, obviously, but we'll have, but let's have something in place that's funded, even state funded too, to some extent, where there's, transitionary training and transitionary job programs for everybody that can slowly transition into more green-based type of energy jobs or into different types of industries. And basically, on top of that, also, in a way, kind of diversify and expand the union in that sense, too. Like, it makes a lot more sense to just, instead of being like, fuck you, because you're partying, it's like you're not really doing yourself favors. But the Green Mountains are in Vermont, so that might create confusion. Not really. Not in my mind. In a way, that'll kind of, in a sense, maybe solidify the power. Because then you'll have, in a sense, it's like maybe you can create, a little bit more of a bridge, between the two locals. The local Green Mountains in Vermont and then the Green Mountains in West Virginia. If anything, that might be a way to help, solidify more power in both areas. I wouldn't necessarily say that creates confusion. Here. Yeah, let's see what's on this report. Trump looks like a wet corpse. Yeah, as intelligent as you are beautiful. Well, that much I know. Here, what's this? I see something about Piers Morgan interviewing Trump or some shit. Like, this is new. And also, like, I feel bad for any, I maybe besides Trump, but I feel bad for anyone that has to be in the same room as Piers Morgan, besides Trump.
On Twitter, I said that this interview preview looks like a trailer to the season finale of some trashy reality show. And when you hear the music with it, when you see the way that Trump reacts and like this back and forth, I can't not think this is a reality show, but it's so perfectly representative of American politics because of the reality show aesthetic that it has, if that makes sense. And I've got to say, my boy Donald Trump is...
Because that's how the fucking status quo and the establishment wants it to be. So people can be more entertained and distracted by shit instead of actually, taking a little bit more action for themselves on that type of stuff. It's a very deep psychological manufactured consent type of thing.
And sloppy as ever, and I absolutely love that for him.
He looks shiny as fuck. Like, I'm just gonna say that right now. Trump, one, okay, a few things. One, that ass be thick though, as usual. That ass be thick. Two, he's looking schlumped over as usual, a schlumpy fucky. And then three, he's looking shiny as fuck. Like, why is he so shiny? I don't think I've seen him this shiny. Like, he doesn't actually, look orange that he's that shiny.
Confident.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, he actually looks like leather eyes. See, ugh. What the hell? Oh my god.
All the time. I don't know how he looks.
He doesn't. He doesn't even look. Oh my god. He does. I don't even want to take a closer look, but he is a little bit. What the fuck, dude? He literally looks like some dried leather that somebody tried to revive by wet knit or something. Like it literally looks like some dried out leather that you left out in the fucking sun, and then somebody grabbed it and then was like, hey, let me try to wet this or something, and then just kind of wetted it down, and now it has this weird shine to this weird crusty dried look. Oh my god, it's just so gross. God, this son of a bitch was never appealing to look at, but god, I feel like it was legitimately at least tolerable to look at, a few years ago, but god damn, dude, what the fuck? Oh, man, Jesus Christ.
Probably the self-tanner, and then, like, when you sweat through that, it makes it look super wet and gross. Either way, you know, he rocks it. He's confident in himself.
I know some industry a few years ago, the local Spanish language newspapers used to find all the most unflattering photos of him. Well, basically anything that was, like, remotely left of Trump was doing that. I mean, they, you know, because honestly, it does best, you know, for views and clickbait and ratings and shit. But to be fair, though, when it comes to Trump, it's not that hard to find unflattering photos of the guy. Like, let's just be honest, it's not that hard to find anything unflattering of this son of a bitch. I should have managed, but they never failed. Well, yeah, because again, honestly, with Trump, it's not that hard to find something unflattering of this fuck. Like, he himself is just naturally unflattering, so, like, it's not that hard to take a picture of him and have it look unflattering as fuck. And, oh my god, and to think that there are people that, like, look at this guy and think, yes, a big, masculine, strong, muscular man, oh, or whatever the fuck. Like, people actually think this about this guy. Like, unironically. And it's just like, how in the fuck do people actually think this when they look at this guy? Like, I mean, look at him. He looks like a dried, like, recently, like, entombed mummy that is, like, been wetted. You know, just like in the past 30 minutes or something. It's just like, what the... And he's all bloated and like, and chunky as fuck. Like, how, like, oh my god, how does anyone think that? Like, I mean, just look at all the Ben Garrison, like, political cartoons he did, you know, since, like, from, like, 2015 to now, basically. Like, so much of them depict him as looking like this big, masculine, strong man and all this shit. It's just like... How? Where in the fuck do you see that? Like, not even in his fucking, like, mentality and shit, you know, of like, or whatever the fuck. You know, it's just like, I mean, even when he, like, tries to be bombastic or boisterous, I don't think strong, man. I think just a loud, fucking, fat, annoying, bitchy, whiny fuck that has a silver spoon in his mouth. Because that's exactly who he is. That also happens to be, like, a bloated Cheeto that's been sitting in the sun too long. Being a good person, I'm not judging. I doubt you're ugly. I have a Discord, like, I'll fucking, like, blop it in chat. I'll pull it out of the screen and fucking find it real quick and plop it in and then chat real quick. Fucking... Like, bullshit. I mean, it's like, I have, like, honestly, for every person that says, you know, being an ugly person, or, like, you know, because I'm ugly, or whatever the fuck, you know, basically describe themselves as ugly or some shit, like, at least, like, 9 out of 10 times is bullshit. Like, I mean, like that weird incel Elliot Waders dude, like, I mean, dead ass, he wasn't even, like, a bad-looking dude, but he thought of himself as, like, kind of the same way, and, like, this fucking, like, dude that... Oh, you know, nobody, you know, blah, 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 and all this other shit. But it's like, bullshit. I mean, so it's like, I don't know. I'm literally not comparing you to him, by the way. I'm just saying, like, there's, you know, to the extremes and to the non-extremes. It's just like, I look at, like, you know, so many of these different people that think this. I'm like, no. And even then, for, like... You know, probably for, like, one person that doesn't, there's plenty of people that, you know, can with the same exact shit. You know, it's not even necessarily, like, you know, one person in himself. It's a mixture of different shit. You know, it's definitely, you know, like, you know, the self, you know, to some degree, but for the most part, there's always, you know, other type of shit. Those being wanted. Well, oh my god. I mean, it's... Like, I mean, I've kind of struggled with these type of fucking feelings, and literally 99% of the time, it's always yourself saying that. Just dead ass. Like, 99% of the time. Like, and I can fucking contest to that, considering I'm somebody that struggled with that type of shit, and still does, you know, to a degree. You know, I've definitely would say I've gotten better about it. You know, where is he? Oh, he's right there. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, it's still definitely something I, you know, kind of struggle with a little bit. Because honestly, I don't think of myself as a good-looking dude, but obviously, especially with this chat here, that's, you know, a different story, evidently. But, you know, but either way, it's just like, I mean, it's mostly yourself telling you that shit. And it's bullshit. I also know plenty of people, you know, myself personally, that are, you know, pretty similar. leaves him queasy, psychologically scarred. I feel like that is a fucking stretch. Unless you have, like, some straight up, like, crazy ass fucking scar or some shit, or, like, you know, maybe some physical deformity or some shit like that, I highly fucking doubt it. And even then, like, probably not even. I'm do we really honestly think of ourselves this low? Are we really down at Mariana's Trench with this bullshit? Do I have to get a fucking submarine crew to fucking retrieve you? I'll send in a fucking muff diver crew in there to fucking fish you out. But what's what I find you're glad to be beautiful. See what I mean, though? Like, you know, I struggle with the same shit, but nonetheless, I know it's, you know, only myself telling me that shit, because there's a reputation to it. I mean, what, you think it's going to be somehow uniquely different to you, where you're some strange exception to that fucking rule? And even if, like, maybe most people don't necessarily find you attractive, I guarantee fucking to you, there's at least, you know, 1+% of the population that absolutely for fucking does, you know, see you as attractive. Like, for example, if you're, like, obese or something like that, there's people that legitimately are very heavily attracted to people like that. Just dead ass. I mean, there's even, you know, there's people that even have a kink for it, like, you know, called, like, feeders or whatever the fuck, or some shit. Like, some people straight up have, like, a thing for it. So it's just like, I mean, like, that's just an example, you know? So it's just like, you know, if there's, like, you know, some sort of, you know, quality like that about you, then it's definitely some bullshit, because there's definitely, like, a group of humanity out there that is most certainly, you know, all about that. Like, definitely. But then you look at yourself in the mirror and you call yourself a dirty whore. Just me? Okay. No. Oh. Okay, I'm probably drunk, but no, I like, whenever I'm in the mood, no, I'll dirty talk myself. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'll be a dirty fucking slutty whore, like, when I'm in the mood, like, I don't give a shit. I used to know a guy who was a chubby chaser, but he said I wasn't glamorous enough. Well, because that guy probably is a picky asshole. Like, I mean, he has his preferences, but if he's like, oh, you're not, like, if he's gonna be like that about it, then he's an asshole. Like, if it's like, oh, you're just not glamorous, so no, like, if he's gonna be like a prick about it, then fuck him. Like, it wasn't worth it anyway. And honestly, I'm a kind of a person that don't mind thick. I mean, there's some positivities towards that, and honestly, I guarantee you that's just been passed down from my dad, because he's the exact same way. Like, honestly. Like, it really is. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, I guarantee you that's just straight up, like, something. There's probably legit, you know, some genetic variables at play for when it comes to my preferences. Just because I know that you know, my dad has, yeah, at least kind of similar tastes. At least when it comes to that type of shit, like, when it comes to the dick. That was before he said Jesus turned him hetero, though. Oh, so that guy just has problems. Like, that guy's just a very insecure person. Like, okay, the dude isn't an asshole. He's just a very insecure person, and then religion fucking manipulated him. Ah, okay. So it's different. Someone struggling with their own sexuality and their own identity, and then found God, and then somehow they put, like, you know, some sort of, like, you know, clay structure, you know, surrounding what they actually are, to try to fucking, you know, suppress and bury, you know, their actual, like, you know, self. Wow. If anything, it's just like, that's actually legit fucking sad, because religion literally psychologically tortured that person. Like, honestly, now I actually feel bad for that guy, because religion just straight up tortured him. Just, right, you know, you honestly just kind of witnessed a guy get, you know, psychologically tortured over time. He told me that only bad people wanted to use me would want me. Okay, well, again, that's a lot of the fucking psychological torture of a religion, but he's also an asshole for that. I won't deny it. So he's both. See, I've grown up in a religious household and shit, especially one that's at least mildly homophobic, or at least half of my family, the one down in Texas, is. And dead ass, they are definitely homophobic. And, you know, it's definitely kind of brushed off, you know, not really anymore, but used to on my mom. And yeah, it's just like, I've heard some shit that is just, you know, pretty fucked. And, you know, so it's just like, all in all, you know, when it comes down to it, fuck that shit. But, and, you know, especially when they're directing it at you, you know, but really the root of it is the fucking poison and the psychological, like, harm that is fucking religion. So I shouldn't ask whether everything is really bigger in Texas. I mean, yeah, for the most part, it is. Not everything, but yes. Like, they have orb reavers, in comparison to around here, which probably are about yay big. Their orb reavers are like fucking like yay round. In fact, you know, hold on, let me take this down really quick. Let me show you a picture of what they look like. Because they're honestly really fucking cool. I love them. They're really cool spiders. Let's see. Where would it all be? In my batch of pics. Oh, probably in this, huh? Right. Come on. Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Well, what the hell? Oh, here we go. I found the chunk. Here we go. Alright, look at this girl. Look at her. She is a beauty. So these are the orb reavers that are down in Texas. But she's a big girl. But they're actually harmless. You know, they won't fuck with you or nothing. But, yeah. She is a pretty girl. I really love the design on her abdomen a little bit. Like, she's got some pretty cool designs on her. Interesting, yeah. And they also have these, like, tiny-ass little orbs. They also had a few of them. Yeah, it's just some random different little pics. I might have them in here somewhere. But this is actually my cousin's ranch and some of the territory. Oh, here they are. These little guys. These are also orb reavers. I think they're nicknamed little crab orb reavers, but they, on my cousin's ranch, there are hundreds of these little guys. And they come in, like, this color, white, yellow, orange, red, blue. They come in so many different little colors. It's crazy. Look at this little guy. Look at that little thing. It's got little, like, spikes coming out of his little abdomen right there. It's a cool little sucker. Look at that little bastard. Damn, look at that bastard. But they're so cute. Like, honestly, these little spiders I thought were just really cute. And also, my cousin has some cattle. They have some cattles. And my grandma decided to go check them out. Oh, here. Let me actually show you his bowl. His bowl's kind of a mean asshole. He's kind of slowly checking up on us. He's like, Merle, I'm going to look like I'm eating.
So I have this book about food, and
Boom, boom, boom. So like, I'm going to kind of slowly walk up to you as I'm eating to look like I'm just kind of casually doing my shit. And then he kind of does this thing.
Come on.
Come on.
Get on. Get on.
My southern accent really came out during the time I was out there too. Go on now.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Everyone's like, oh shit, all right. You all probably want to get going. Get the old ladies out. Anger. Maybe I'll be a good distraction. No? She's like, no, get away from me. He'll get a little feisty in a second. Hold on, let me skip just a little bit. I moved the camera like a little bit near the end, right here, a little bit. Yeah, he's like, ramp. Romp. But he was kind of an aggressive little bastard, or I guess aggressive big bastard. But now, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I was kind of like at home a little bit when I was out there, kind of vibing. I was just like, damn. It's like I wouldn't mind, you know, like if I was out there again, you know, spending some time just kind of vibing and, you know, chilling at his spot like that. Hold me. I can't really do that when I'm like literally like 1,000+ miles away. That's kind of an issue there, I would imagine. What's he be shooting? Some skeet? Should be some pretty mean skeet.
Okay, just see if it did it.
Do like I do, Andrew. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Missed the last one.
Okay, just...
Okay. A lot of different fun adventures and shit. Well, alright. Okay, right, yeah, okay. It's sideways for some reason, but whatever. Missed that one. I nicked that one on the back a little bit. And boom! Smack that bitch right out of the sky. Boom. I'm honestly a pretty good shot at skeet. Like the few recordings that I did, I, you know, missed at least one each time. But there was a few times I was just like, boom, 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 just out. Just knocking them bitches out. Definitely need to do that again. I should order 100,000 low quality disease stickers that blasted a whole city with it. Yeah, faded it in the most peculiar way. And they did. Well. Ha! Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Looks like they faded into a little bit of a more brighter blue and yellow. Wah, 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 wah. Damn, bro. Damn. Wow. Too bad, so sad. I'm sure they're all like, oh shit. Нет, the others are supposed to happen. Take them down, take them down. Yeah, great subreddit is gold. Law doggo cat vids pics. Aw. Aw. It's giving me a stare down. Just for clarification's sake, I'm planning on getting fucked up tonight. Hope everyone's aware about that. Probably best kind of stick around and find out what happened as a result. Could be good, could be bad. Who knows? Let's. Oh, what's this bad? Republican plot run against Trump 2024. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's adorable. Like they literally have Mr. Potato Head embodied, and then they got like a Sam Harris botched clone or something. I guess that's at least like 2 different opportunities. I guess they're going for. I actually kind of want to hear different names they're thinking about.
Republican.
Kinzinger. So I guess Kinzinger. I know DeSantis would probably do it. I'm kind of curious. I just want to know the names a little bit. Because I want to see how, many names I want to, like, laugh as they slowly just, like, get fucked on. Because dead ass, like, even Hillary's, like, kind of, murmured about a potential, like, possibility of it, so it's just like, like, we're on, dead ass, we're probably just gonna get a rerun of 2020, but there's, like, a very tiny, like, 1% chance, like, 2016 rerun is, like, possibility, so it's like, oh god, help us all. Whatever, like, non-material, ethereal, extra-dimensional, like, deity fucking thing there is, like, help us all. I'd like to share a thumb with you. Well, you don't need to fucking just say it, just go for it. I'm also inebriated, so, there's a part of me that doesn't give a shit. Just shoot. You don't have, you don't have to, like, go airport terminal on us and be like, make sure everyone knows, like, attention, at gate A4, there will be an announcement and something being shared for the owner. It's like, hey, shoot, just blat it out. I don't know why I like to think that, the chat is like an airport terminal sometimes. Tukoff, what are you doing? Little psycho dog. Anyway.
Says he would love to run against Trump in 2024. They say Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger said in a new interview that he would love to run against former President Trump in a GOP primary election. Kinzinger, who announced last year that he would not seek re-election, told HuffPost that he might run to be the Republican nominee for president in 2024.
Yeah.
When asked if he would
like that's gonna happen
against Trump, he replied, quote, I would love it.
Like, I barely ever heard of this guy outside of maybe like once or twice ever in the last few years. Like, I mean, who? Like, Adam Kinzinger, who? Like, no one gives a fuck. Like, I mean, bitch, please. Bitch, please, my hoe. Like, you ain't going nowhere. Like, just continue being, like, the little fucking lobbyist, corporate little, like, cocksucking little puppet boy that you are. And just, keep giving it a nice, good little knob job, for the corporate lobbyists, where you are, because that's where you probably are, you little puppet boy. Like, be a pet, and know where your spot is, and, don't dare try to fucking think that's gonna work, because it ain't. Like, I mean, it's gonna be one of these more, bigger name, Republican dogs, that are gonna be fucking, going at it. Like, it is most certainly gonna be Trump. DeSantis is very likely. Cruz is a possibility for sure. I think fucking, who else? I mean, there was another name I'm thinking of, but I'm kind of blanking off of it. Tom Scott. Yeah, like, he's another possibility. Like, there's at least maybe one or two more that, are probably going to try to, take a stab at it. Try to fucking, sharpen their teeth, But at the end of the day, realistically, I really do think, at least my prediction is, it's going to be Trump or DeSantis. Like, it's going to be one of those two, personally, in my mind. I guess we'll see. It's still quite a ways away, but, I mean, it's very likely those two are definitely going to be on the debate stages, and, and basically whoever else is just basically fucking meat, to just, be entertainment fuel for the couple of debates that the Republicans are going to have. Which I'm for. Like, I like the entertainment. I'll, like, when those debates happen, if I happen to be working those days, we'll definitely watch them after the fact and get hella drunk and not give a fuck. And if we happen to be in a situation where we can watch them live, then we'll do the same thing. Live. So, depending on how it all works out, we'll watch them, when they happen. But it's just like, I mean, because it's just going to be entertainment, at least for, at least the first few debates. But once it starts getting down to nitty-gritty, then it might honestly probably either be scary or be like, all right, well, I mean, realistically, this is probably just going to be, a two-termer going on here. But that also depends on what the fucking Dems do, too. Like, it's very likely that, Obama, oh, God. I don't think you can legally do that anyway. But, fucking, Biden, is just definitely gonna, run again, even though he pretty much can't because he's a dimensional adult, fucking mentally degrading fuck. I'm trying to send a link, but I feel like it's not showing up, because you have to be a moderator to have a link present. I mean, I need to get a community Discord set up at some point or some shit at this point. I used to, but it's kind of defunct now, so I'm just gonna set up a new one. So, I definitely need to do that. Just so I can have it, like, in my description, so then it could just be, like, an easy little, like, invite, and you can then send shit there, then I can just, like, go over there and look. Because then at that point, it would be easier. What? So, but, that's for right now. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what, I guess if you want, like, maybe, like, add a space between the links so it doesn't, like, officially become a link, you know, in the, chat, or whatever the fuck. Oh, that? Okay. Well, I guess maybe one of my mods can maybe copy and paste that, and then, you know, they can make it a link, and then I can check it out. But I guess that's pretty much the only way I can think of it, at least in the immediate time right now. And yes, I am nifty. But, I mean, I've seen enough of the, like, I've seen at least, you know, some of these fucking election cycles, and I've seen historical ones, you know, in retrospect a little bit, you know, to kind of, especially recent ones, to kind of, you know, but maybe, you know, kind of, you know, take a jab and a little prediction on how things maybe can happen. And honestly, like, there's been some shit that I've straight up have kind of, like, assumed or predicted, well, not maybe predicted, but kind of, like, guessed at, where, can I help you? Where, you know, it's just, like, it straight up did fucking happen, and I'm just like, oh, shit. You know, so, I don't know, like, I mean, at least when it comes to the Republican nomination, I really do legitimately feel like it's going to be either DeSantis or Trump. I mean, unless, you know, some other random Republican curveball motherfucker comes into play, you know, or maybe one of these other more notable names, you know, gets better recognition. But, I mean, as it stands now, like, those two tend to be pretty popular amongst the Republican base. And if anything, like, DeSantis has kind of become, like, the figure boy for a lot of the disenfranchised Trumpians that are still, like, Trumpian. But, you know, because of certain things Trump has done, like, oh, you should get the booster, or, you know, and all that type of shit. They're like, oh, boo, you know, they don't like him for that, so they're kind of flaunting over to DeSantis now. So there's kind of like a miniature rift even to Trumpians as well, though how much and how significant that really is, I guess we'll truly see here in pretty soon. But, I mean, it could play a major role. So that's why I feel like at the end of the day, it's probably going to be those two. Because even I think some of the more Trump-loyal Trumpians will definitely, you know, be okay with going with DeSantis too. Because to some extent, they'll be like, well, at least, you know, he'll still do things that Trump would have done. But, you know, they'll make up stupid fucking excuses in their head to justify it anyway. As most of these Republicans do, they're a lot more willing to fall in line with the Republican, you know, vote versus, you know, lefties or Democrats. Like, there's a lot of times where Democrats will just say, you know what, fuck this isn't even worth it, you're not even worth my vote. You know, I feel like that happens a little more often than not in comparison to the Republican side of things. I guess, you know, Republicans are a little bit more of a smaller voter base, but a lot more loyal to vote. While Democrats are a little bit more of a bigger voting base, but a lot more willing to say fuck you if you're not even worth it. But might be willing to bite the bullet if it's worth it enough. You know, with maybe, like, Biden or, like, a try at, you know, Clinton, even though, you know, a lot of people probably want Bernie and shit and stuff like that. But even then, you're still going to get a lot of people that are like, you know what, fuck that. And I was definitely one of those people that was like, fuck that, because it's like, am I supposed to trust a party that was stabbing, you know, the person that actually was popular in the back twice in a row? On top of that, has made the entire Progressive Caucus and the Squad basically a bunch of fucking corporate lackey puppets, or basically have shown their fucking real faces and shit to either be like, you know, celebrity chasers, or, you know, make sure that they keep, you know, their celebrity ship in like the mainstream media amongst other shit, or, you know, making sure that, like, oh, our trust, you know, with people like Joe Manchin and shit like that, you know, is good, so we can make sure we have a good faith conversation, whatever the fuck. It's just like, you know, at this point, fuck them. Like, I'm supposed to trust them? I'm supposed to, like, say that they're harm reductionists when they're literally, you know, perpetrating a degrading status quo. Fuck that. Ain't no way in hell. And at this rate, people like Ro Khanna, Pramila Jayapal, AOC, they've shown their fucking cards to me. And they're willing to fucking be more of a lackey for the status quo, more so than, just stand strong on their own fucking ideas. If they even really believed in them in the first place. I mean, it's just like... It's not even like, I don't think there's like a redemption arc or they're irredeemable. But like, goddamn. Like, as it stands now, you don't really have much redemption, in my mind. Like, at least, people like Elon Omar and shit, at least, have some respect, because they're far more willing to stand by their guns, in comparison to them. At least for Omar, I think a lot of it's just because her being an immigrant, she can't really, like, rise outside of maybe senatorship. She can't really rise, more farther than she already is. So, in a sense, she thinks, at least I think, in her mind, it's like, well, I can go all balls to the wall because, like, outside of, maybe being a senator, this is about as far as I'm going to get. Outside of maybe, some other shit, potentially, like, maybe, like, House Speaker stuff or whatever the fuck, but, I mean, are they really going to give her that? No. So, might as well go balls to the wall. And I can at least respect her for that. Like, even when all Dems, were, voting for, like, these military budgets and, like, sending guns and military arms, to even places like Ukraine and shit, she was like, she was even willing to stay it fast and be like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking vote for this shit. I know where this fucking leads. So, I'm a citizen, I'm somebody who was born in a country that was a victim of that shit. I know where that leads to. Maybe that's a part of it. I think, that was another role of her being an immigrant, is that she has lived in a country that has seen, some of the consequences of what America is capable of when it comes to shit like that. And she doesn't want to see that happen to other places around the world. So, I think that's another thing about her, too. Which, honestly, is why I think this whole, like, people who are immigrants can't be president and blah, 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 and all this other shit needs to just be, like, abolished at this point. Because, like, I feel like she would definitely be a far better president, for the U.S. than, like, any of these motherfuckers. At least right now. But legally, she can't. Or else I'd say, she would definitely be a perfect, potential, when it comes to a Democratic, presidential nominee. But because she's an immigrant, and we have that stupid fucking, draconian law, she can't. Even though I think, she's proven more than enough that, she's definitely worth it. And worthy of such a title. Definitely way more than some of the other squad members who are fucking natural-born citizens. With their very American-centric view. That's also another thing about Omar. She doesn't have a very American-centric view when it comes to, her politics. And honestly, maybe that's something that really needs to just, like, be ingrained into some of these motherfuckers. It's like, yo, the world doesn't evolve around your fucking country. Not everything's America-centric. But, maybe, to a lot of these type, of progressives or, some of these more rad-libs, they haven't gotten that broken for their head yet. I mean, maybe that's just another part of it. I mean... Like, and honestly, it's like, it's not like, it doesn't have her faults, but man, she definitely has so few of them in comparison. We need to get rid of that fucking, like, oh, an immigrant can't fucking run for president, blah, 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 because holy fuck, she would be a perfect candidate. Oh my god. I mean, at the end of the day, she's definitely more based than the rest of them.
A little bit of self-awareness there.
But anyway, I want to see what other names are on this Republican thing. We kind of went far field.
Regardless of who it is, I think it'd be fun. Added Kinzinger. Trump is expected by many to run for president again.
Kissinger thinks it would be fun. See, honestly, that's why I know the Republican primaries will be entertaining, because that motherfucker is going in there thinking it's going to be kind of fun. Bitch, like, going into this shit is not supposed to be seen as fun. Like, if part of your mindset is like, hey, this might be fun, you're not taking it seriously. So I know he's not actually trying to make a serious run. Like, this bitch ain't gonna fucking make it, and he knows it. He's just gonna have a little fun while doing it. Because why not? It'll make me more money, it'll help me into my career. You know, that looks good on my resume for the corporate lobbyists. Like, he's just, oh my, man, what? Adam Kinzinger. What a fucking careerist little weasel bitch, dude. Wow, I'm drunk as fuck, but I could see right through that fucking facade. Oh my god. Like, that quote alone just fucking, you know, says it. Oh, it'll be fun. It's not meant to be fun, you idiot. But for a careerist who's doing so to help, you know, boost their own career, it would be. Wow.
He makes it that far. Kinzinger also spoke about the likelihood he will run for the White House, explaining, quote, "I'll make a decision when we get there. If there's a need and a desire, it's truly not anything I'm planning right now, but I'm not going to rule it out. Look, if we're in a position, if it's just terrible candidates and the country's in a worse place, maybe. But there's no grand plan right now," the Illinois representative added. Kinzinger, who had been a vocal critic of Trump and voted to impeach the former president, did say for certain that he does not want to run.
You really think you're gonna make it anywhere within the Republican nominees or the primaries or whatever the fuck with that in mind? Oh my god. Yeah, good luck with that. Like, honestly, especially when it comes to the Republican voter base, a lot of them, you know, are more supportive of Trump than not. So, you really think you're gonna get that far, buddy? With that? Oh my god. Okay. Man, this might be more entertaining than I thought.
Again,
I love it.
telling HuffPost he is exhausted. He also explained that he doesn't know what's next in his
Hold on. He's oh my god. I'm exhausted. Of what? What is this little bitch ass so exhausted over? Like, what the fuck? What? You're exhausted? Bitch? Oh my god. What? I'm a Republican lobbyist corporate weasel puppet boy, and I'm exhausted from taking so much of these corporate checks. Like, are you fucking kidding me, bitch? Oh my god, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Really? Really, dude? I'm What? No, wow, okay, wow. I think that was probably the most ridiculous thing I've heard all day. And I've heard some pretty funny, ridiculous things today.
Quote, I don't know, maybe I would have run for governor, maybe I would have run for Senate, who knows. But yeah, my time in the House is mercifully coming to an end. So Kinzinger is very vocal.
Like, Kinzinger, like, you dumb fuck, you know you can run for, like, multiple things at once, right? Like, Bernie has not ruled out the idea of running for president, and he's gonna run for re-election for a Senate seat. Like, you know, you could do both at once. Like, if you want to do, like, a governor thing, but also try to run for president, you know, if one fails but the other succeeds, well, hey, there you go. You know, oh my god. Like, are we serious? Or I guess maybe that's more of, like, a state-by-state thing. I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe, like, some states don't allow that or some shit, but I don't fucking know. I mean, it seems like that wouldn't be, but...
That corporate media never tells you. When you look at people like Kinzinger, or like Liz Cheney, for example, who really goes after Trump a lot.
Oh, you know what? I just thought Liz Cheney might be a possibility as well. And honestly, I don't want to, like, even outside of this whole Trump bullshit, like, I would not want her to, like, make it far at all. She's part of that Cheney dynasty. Like, do we want the Cheney dynasty to be even, like, that much in power, not like they already were in the first place? Oh, no. What, like, the Cheney dynasty needs to be, like fucking amputated from politics and government fundamentally, entirely. Just, like, we don't need it, like, further ingrained into it. Like, no. Like, ugh. I mean, it was bad enough that the Bush dynasty with Jeb! Exclamation point 2016. You know, try to make a run for it. It's just like, that was also very sad. Please clap. But, but, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you just know that was just going to be, like, former Bush administration lackeys and shit that were just going to run shit. You know, like, basically, Jeb's brother was just basically going to, like, take the reins again, in a sense. So, it's like, honestly, like, that was going to be a fucking horrible, disturbing nightmare, you know, like, that we really don't want. because that also implies the same thing of Cheney, because W basically was like ran by fucking Dick Cheney. Like, Dick Cheney was basically like the guy who was calling the shots for the most part. Like, I mean, do we really want, you know, like another one of those motherfuckers who's also like Madam President? Like, God, no. We do no. Like, at that point, we unironically would be having like a very civilized, hoity-toity ivory tower sitting form of fascism versus just like fuck the Chinese, QAnon movement, you know, type of fascism. It's just like, I'd rather have the loudmouth dumb fuck fascists, because at least they're a lot more boisterous and just kind of, you know, blow out the mouth, you know, in the sunlight and shit, while the other ones, you know, try to put up this fucking facade and a lot of people would buy it. While the other fucking aspect of it turns people off. So, I'd rather have the ones that are a little bit more loud and boisterous versus the more civilized, you know, type of ones, because that can, you know, manipulate people a lot more easier than the other ones. So, nope. Let's not play with those dice. Let's amputate it. Sounds like a better opportunity, or at least a better option. I like you. Well, a lot of people do. I had a lot of different people on Twitch at least like me a lot, but Jeff Bezos didn't. Because a bunch of fucking 4chan poll degenerate incels, you know, also didn't like me. Because I'm pretty much fundamentally against them, and they're also the exact same people I'm talking about, so. One of them is impersonating me on Twitter, too. Still. Like, I mean, which I kind of find it kind of funny. It's like, dude, how sad are you that you're having to impersonate me, even though I'm literally just some random schmuck, and for the most part, kind of like a Z-list celeb, like literally a nobody. Like, I mean, for the most part, outside of maybe like 100 plus people on the internet, you know, it's just like, I mean, give or take, you know, collectively. I mean, it's just like, you know, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's just like, I mean, what the hell, you know? It's like, really? You're gonna waste your time with me? I mean, it really shows, like, how sad that person's life is in comparison to mine. And mine isn't even sad. Like, it's just like, yeah, you know, it's like a little bit more of, you know, like more impoverished situation, and there's a lot of other fucking problems and all this other shit, but in comparison to the sad stop impersonating me, are we really gonna fucking try? Like, is there really an argument? At least I'm making an income. At least I'm living life. Like, my life don't revolve around this. So, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, who's really living a more sad life? You know, at that point, at least, when in comparison to that person impersonating me versus, you know, me in itself. But either way, I digress. And I mean, honestly, at this point, especially now more than ever, I just have a disdain for these fucking Christo fascists, these far-right extremists and shit. I just have such a disdain for these fucking parasites at this point. Like, especially with this, like, massive, like, LGBTQ and trans bigotry and all this other shit that's going on. Considering I'm bisexual, and I know for a fucking fact that people like that exists in my county, you know, here, and I've seen them patrolling and skulking around with guns in their fucking, you know, in the backs of their fucking truck and shit, with their fucking MAGA, you know, flags and their fucking, you know, American flags and all this other bullshit, especially at the peak of the wildfires that happened in 2020. Like, I've seen them. I know, you know, I know who the fuck they are, and I know what the fuck they're capable of. And it's just like, and fundamentally, it's like, and honestly, the audacity that even though the wildfires weren't around here necessarily, even though at the, and it's still fucking, like, honestly kind of terrifies me, like, the idea that I was able, like, because they were about 50 plus some miles away, give or take, or about 100 miles, give or take, like, I was able to see, like, the literal, like, red embers of those fucking wildfires from, you know, when it's, like, a clear night sky, minus all the fucking, you know, smoke and shit, like, and looking outside and seeing that shit, like, that's fucking terrifying. And then you got these motherfuckers trying to patrol around because Antifa's starting them or some shit. And are setting up armed fucking roadblocks, you know, as vigilante fascists and shit, stopping pretty much anybody that they think is suspicious. It's just like, what? And then, you know, on top of this, they also have this fucking, you know, like, LGBT fucking, you know, agenda, you know, that they want to fucking crack down on because they think people like me are fucking grooming pedophiles or some shit when they are the ones who enable pedophilia. When you have people like Jim Jordan's, Michael Gates, or Matt Gates, fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are all fucking either, you know, enablers of fucking pedophilia or are pedophiles themselves. And those aren't the only names. Honestly, when it comes to that list, it goes on and on and on. And yet they want to say that the left are a bunch of pedophiles. Like, and yeah, at the end of the day, they do more damage, you know, when it comes to trying to protect children versus actually legitimately protecting them. It's like, the ones who doth protest too much are the ones that seem to have the most, you know, to be protesting about. Curious. I mean, it's just like, and considering how, like, I know for a fucking fact that, you know, they also, you know, live around here. There's a state that, you know, is also mostly, even in the state government, Idaho also has, you know, very similar ideas and policies, you know, enacted there as well. It's just like, yeah, like, I mean, honestly, if, like, in every state was, like, a sovereign country or some shit or whatever the fuck, like an independent nation, like all 50 states were, like, Idaho would probably be very antagonistic and aggressive, you know, and militaristically aggressive to Oregon, like, in Washington, too, like, dead ass. Not even kidding. Like, they're, like, I mean, it would be ridiculous, because even, you know, just crossing the border in fucking Idaho, they would have, like, police state border stops, just because, like, oh, we think there might be fucking, you know, lefty commie hippies, you know, having some marijuanas on them, you know, going across the border in Montana, or some shit, or Wyoming, you know, or going into Colorado, you know, so we can't have that, so we're gonna set up some stops on these border towns and shit, and on the border of these highways and roads, you know, see if we got any weird hippy-dippy queers in there with a bunch of weed. Like, that's what fucking Idaho thinks. And yet, you know, and then these motherfuckers have the audacity to come into places like Portland and shit, and then fucking hold rallies or whatever the fuck, thinking that, like, oh, Portland's literally been burnt to the ground when it's just fucking fine. Outside of the homeless crisis that is plaguing the entire country because of our, weirdly enough, degrading status quo and shit that they don't want to fucking recognize. That they enable and boost. Curious. I mean, these motherfuckers, I just have such a disdain for these fucks. I mean, when you got, like, you know, the punks thing back in the old days saying, you're like, hey, it's okay to punch Nazis and shit. It's like, yeah, they had a point. Because, goddamn, at this point, they need to start really shutting the fuck up again.
Let's go.
You know, honestly, I don't feel like we need to play much more of that. You know, honestly, you know what, though? We'll check out something else, though. Because there is, honestly, this fucking, like, something that's tangential to this shit that I was watching. I mean, it's this. Like, because there's this whole fucking TikTok called, like, the Libs of TikTok. That, honestly, is literally just, like, a fucking straight-up targeting campaign. Like, where it's a campaign to specifically, directly, like, target people who are LGBT. And, like, teachers and, like, you know, or trans people that, you know, just happen to, that, you know, exist and accept these type of things and these ideas and shit. And, you know, and fucking dox them and allow these fucking Christo fucking extremist fascists to fucking, you know, attack these type of people and shit. At least, you know, as it stands right now, as so far, not directly and physically, but how long is it until that shit happens? And it already has. Like, that shit's been going on for a long time, too. How long until, like, you know, shit like this, like the Libs of TikTok, whatever the fuck, start becoming the main shit that these motherfuckers start going after? You know, where it's just like, oh, hey, yeah, we are going to find these type of people that happen to be boisterous on the internet by these fucking, you know, platforms like the libs, TikTok, and shit. Well, they cry victim of wanting to be anonymous, by the way, as we'll get into in a bit. Like, you know, and crying victim that they're getting doxxed and shit. When when they're the ones doing all of that type of shit. And so, I mean, it's like at this rate, when it comes to that whole quote of like, it's okay to punch Nazis and shit, like, it's fair game. Like, it really dead ass is. Like, you know, for, you know, especially this whole Lives a TikTok account, you know, like, her name has been released and shit. And it's just like, I mean, it's like, it should just go further than that. Like, I mean, we should be able to know, like, you know, where, you know, she lives and, you know, who she is, so we can be able to document and figure out, you know, like, what her fucking life is. So if there's anything out of the norm where she starts, you know, maybe doing something more directly herself and shit, then we can, you know, maybe there could be some more action and shit, because who's to say that she herself won't, you know, fucking do a lynching of some trans person or some shit herself or whatever the fuck. Like, these, you know, because these people are outright capable of it. Like, they commit hate crimes, you know, against trans people and against minorities and the LGBT all the fucking time, and constantly, especially in the fucking South, consistently. And, you know, and honestly, especially our current fucking administration barely bats an eye to any, like, and that's the fucked up thing, this whole harm reduction today about the Democrats. Like, they barely bat a fucking eye to any of this shit. Like, where are they while, like, you know, trans people and the LGBT and these different minority groups are getting persecuted left and fucking right in all these different backwoods fascistic states? Where are they? Oh, hush your mom, you know, make sure that the military lobby dollars, you know, keep going through so we can fucking, you know, consistently arm, you know, like, Ukrainians, and then, you know, occasionally, you know, oh, a few guns go into the Nazis, like Azov and shit, you know, oopsie daisy, we trained a few of them, whatever. It's like, they kind of got mixed in with, you know, a little bit of the training roster, our bad. You know, it's like, oh, mainstream media, you know, kind of like enabling and endorsing and allowing some of the Ukrainian Nazi imagery and shit. Don't worry about that. It's just like, oh yeah, that's all hunky-dory. But around here, yeah, we're not going to say a fucking word about, you know, like, any of this type of, like, actual, like, LGBT persecution, trans persecution that's going on by these fucking southern states. At all. Outside of maybe a couple of them, like the exceptional few that are actually, you know, like, probably saying at least something. Are they actually going to do something about it, though? Nah, they won't. Like, I feel like you'd be a little too optimistic if you thought they were going to do a fucking thing about it, though. At least to the ones that are vocal about it. But honestly, though, I mean, I don't blame you, because, like, I mean, they probably would be able to, if they had the power to. But the entire system in the status quo enables that type of shit, so how can they? You know, so it's like, in a way, I don't necessarily blame somebody for thinking that, yeah, they might be doing something. It's like, I guess if you think words are, but I guess I don't blame you, because all in all, I mean, like, the entire system and the entire deck is literally stacked against those type of fucking ideas that they want to try to, you know, advocate for. Like, I mean, you know, at least, you know, to the degree that it should. Like, there ain't no way. Like, because our entire status quo fucking profits on this shit. Like, the fact that, you know, like, so many of these different companies are, like, you know, virtue signaling to the LGBTQ, but yet these states constantly, and even companies, you know, do that shit, like Disney, will also fund these type of people, but then, you know, try to save face later down the line anyway, with this type of, like, you know, virtue signaling. Like, I mean, it's just like, they all don't give a shit, and they never cared. Like, it's all just, you know, a way for this status quo to continue, and just for it to continue to maximize, you know, their coffers and their fucking power and influence over everything else. It's always what it's been about. I mean, honestly, if there is a culture war, that's where it's rooted in. In the fact that, like, you know, people make money off of it. That's the root. The real culture war is the fucking war of, you know, the money. Because, yeah, a lot, you know, because war sells. And, hey, it's in the name, culture war. You know, the culture war sells just as much, just not in literal munitions, so to speak. But let's get into this type of shit. I'll shut up
Libs
for a
of
little bit.
TikTok. We've seen a lot about this subject online. I didn't initially comment on this because I didn't know what Libs of TikTok was. I mean, I heard of it, but I assumed it was just like a Lib TikTok cringe compilation Twitter account. Apparently it's much more than that. This account will pull random TikToks of teachers, and if that teacher is too woke or comes out to their students or something, then that person, this account, will try to get that particular teacher fired. So people online, internet sleuths, have dug up who this person is. This anonymous person behind this account that is basically doing targeted harassment of LGBTQ plus people.
People like that shouldn't have anonymity, by the way. That's why I think it's fair game. I know I said I'd shut up for a little bit, but here I am. But, like, I mean, you know, I'll at least keep it brief. But, like, I mean, when you want to try to be anonymous, but use that, you know, as a way to fucking manipulate that anonymity, you know, to target and publicize private information, you know, that should be anonymous, like people's addresses, their real names, shit like that, listed legitimately as public, then fuck you. Like, you deserve to have, like, the same type of treatment. You know, because, like, you think it's fucking fair game? Like, I've done the same shit. I'm just gonna be honest. I never done it, like, overtly publicly, but I have been able to kind of, like, backtrack people who have doxed me, because funny enough, there was one time one of these type of people sent some tacos to me, but their name was on the receipt, and I was able to kind of backtrack that name of all the different people that happened to be in the area and shit or whatever the fuck, and also contact the place that ordered it, because the address of the restaurant location was also there as well. So I was able to backtrack the order into the name and everything and find out who that was. And I directly contacted that person and said, hey, this type of shit's fair game, motherfucker. Like, I wouldn't be playing it. And the whole sending food to my house and shit stopped very quickly after that. So it's just like, honestly, I do agree, it's fucking fair game. I mean, that doesn't necessarily you play absolutely entirely to their fucking playbook, but you use their tactics. Because honestly, the reason why they use them, because, you know, to some degree, they honestly do fucking work. I mean, if they're gonna fucking do it, then the same treatment should be going right back at them when it comes to this shit. It's one of the few areas where I think an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth actually does have some merit. Because, you know, these type of people don't give a fuck. They don't see the reason. So, how are you going to be able to fucking, you know, make them back down? They're not. They're just going to get more emboldened and more entrenched the more you try. That doesn't mean, like, you know, people on the right or, you know, these, you know, people who are conservative and shit, even the more hyper-conservatives, you know, are all literally like this. But to the people that are, like, I mean, really, are you going to be able to? Because I know I've met people who are like that, and yeah, they don't fucking see the reason. And I've also met conservatives who do, so I know it ain't an absolute, but I know where the fucking line is. And for the people that are past that line, I know what side they're on, and I sure as shit ain't gonna fucking bother. And these are the type of people, and the bitch that runs this fucking Libs of TikTok account is 100% one of those people where I know what side they're on, so I won't fucking bother. And they reap the fucking seeds they sow.
Of the Washington Post wrote an article about this very thing, revealing the name that was already public information. But to my understanding, what Taylor Lorenz did after her name was revealed was just confirm the identity by reaching out to members of this account's family. Now, it's not like Kayla Lorenz posted the address online. She went to the address herself to confirm the identity. So there's talk of whether or not this was doxing. This has been an ongoing conversation with...
Honestly, even if it is, who cares? Like, honestly, literally, who gives a fuck? Like, unironically, like, actually, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, that's as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, like, if you actually have a journalist who is, you know, who found out who the person is and went to their place, and that happens to be public information, and yet you're doxing and doing targeted harassment against people directly, you know, by also, you know, releasing their private fucking information publicly like that, then, if anything, that's actually a good thing. Like, unironically. Like, I don't give a fuck.
And, like, what is and isn't
I've said,
ethical.
like,
For
I've had
example,
this position sober, and I'm having it drunk, so it's like, I'm consistent with that one. I'm not just having a drunk rant with that.
Conversation about this. But in my opinion, what Taylor Lorenz did, I don't believe that this is doxing. If she were to post,
It's not.
Like, the address and the phone number of this individual, that would
They
absolutely
probably should.
be unethical journalism. That would be doxing.
Considering what this person directly, specifically is doing, it would be, honestly, it would be in my mind, personally. Like, at least in this instance, like, if this person wasn't doing the direct targeted harassment and shit like that, that'd be one thing. But they are. They're doing the doxing, they're doing the direct harassment, they're doing all that shit. So no, it would be. To let them know, to let the fucking public know who the fuck this person is who's doing this shit. Absolutely.
Person, they just had their name revealed, and I'm sorry,
Okay,
this
I'm not gonna
account
pause
has
it again.
influenced public policy and has harassed, like, actually bragged about getting LGBTQ plus teachers fired from their jobs. So you don't get to hide behind anonymity while you terrorize other people. And
Exactly. That's the fucking reason. When you are capable of doing shit like that behind some anonymity, then go fuck yourself. You reap the seeds, you know, that you sow. Like, Like, I mean, preferably there should just be some law enforcement, legal accountability, and some law and order, you know, boot up her ass, you know, on this type of shit. But they ain't gonna do anything. So, it should be, you know, the public to be able to be like, hey, here's this person, you know, here's who they are, and here's where they're at, and shit. You know, it's just like, you know, this, you know, let it be known that this person is the one who does this shit. And, you know, and let's hope and be glad, and, you know, if, you know, to steal something from their, you know, religiosity, let's rejoice the fact that, you know, her, you know, boss and her, you know, company finds out about this shit and fires her, and her fucking personal life goes in shambles over this type of shit. Because if she's willing to fucking get, you know, teachers, people in the LGBT and all this other fucking, you know, and, you know, in these other minority groups to, quote, libs of TikTok and shit fired and all this other shit, then fuck her. She should get the same type of shit. She absolutely deserves to get that type of shit. She should be facing fucking prison time. Like, for a long time. Over this shit. Like, she deserves that and more. Like, she deserves the fucking prison time. Like, you know, at least, like, 10 plus years, if that. Like, if I was the judge on that. But, of course, you know, like, our fucking society and our status quo enforces this type of shit. Which is why, you know, the whole Libs of TikTok account is so fucking popular to the point where this is, you know, like, outright fucking, like, you know, like a media attention type of fucking thing. Like, that's how much it's, you know, enabled and endorsed and allowed in our fucking society and our goddamn culture. Which is why it's such a fucking problem. Which is why it needs to be met with an eye for an eye. It needs to be fucking cracked down and, you know, put to submission. Because this shit should not be tolerated in any fucking sense of the word at all. Like, the idea of being intolerant to intolerance needs to be enforced. Like, I mean, there is absolutely such a thing as too much tolerance. And this is what happens when that happens. When you have the too much tolerance policy, this is what happens. 100% of the time. You can't. Like, there's a certain line in the sand where you just have to be strictly intolerant to shit. And do not stand for any of its fucking parasitical leeching. And this is one of them. This is absolutely one of the fucking instances. Because if it's tolerated in any sense of the word, then it spreads like a fucking cancer in society, and this is what we get. You get a fucking Christo-fascistic bigotry, like, hate, like, cultural fucking zeitgeist in society and shit that deems shit like this okay. Where, you know, trans people, you know, is the new fucking gay panic of the 90s and shit, and the satanic panic of the 70s and 80s and shit, where it's like, oh my god, these weird tranny little queers, like, we gotta be scared of the fags, It's just like, what? Like, I'm gonna fucking do some shit? Oh, like, I'm the fucking groomer, or, like, personally deep, you know, when it comes to my own emotional opinions about pedophiles, like, I got some, I can't even say it, but when it at least comes to the practical opinion, I have a better, you know, position for it, where obviously the whole idea of capital punishment is I'm putting that very lightly, you know, is not necessarily a good idea, because if you want to tackle the root of those type of problems, it's better to study those people and to, you know, study their psychology to understand the root of how that type of shit evolves and becomes a thing in people, you know, especially as they become adults, you know, instead of just murking them and, you know, doing capital punishment on them, because you're just going to continue having these type of people. If you studied their psychology and the root of the problem, you know, at least to some degree, then we could try to potentially stop it before it even becomes a thing in people. So, you know, when it comes down to it, like, I'd rather have that. But once we're done using them for that shit, I could give a fuck. Like, once we're done using, you know, those type of people for, you know, psychological study and shit, what we do with them, you know, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't fucking matter. You know, once they're used up, you know, for the psychological study and the neurological, you know, research when it comes to, you know, figuring out, you know, the root causations of these type of issues when it comes to an individual, whatever, fine. So, you know, my emotional opinions, you know, take over at that point, which, again, I can't even say. You know, so it's just like, you know, you can fill in the blank. I guess you can find live leak videos that can probably summarize it for you too. I've seen plenty of them too and feel totally fine watching them. But nonetheless, I guess I digress. I mean, it's like, yeah, and I mean, not even necessarily, because you got these motherfuckers who, like, these type of people, like I was saying earlier, who are the party and the ideology that enables this shit, like, of child marriages and shit. Like, some of these states have either proposed or trying to enact policy that basically removes age restrictions to marriages, so child marriages could be basically hunky-dory and all this type of shit. And there's, like, a lot of different states that have legalized child marriages and arranged marriages and shit, mostly in the South. And it's just like, weird. All these very Republican areas tend to be very okay with very, like, hyper-pedophilic, you know, type of policies. Curious. And yet they want to boast and moan about how they're, like, for the children and the innocence of the kids. Like, go fuck yourself, you pedophile, psychopathic piece of shit. Like, I mean, I really wish I could actually say when it comes to my emotional opinion about these motherfuckers. I honestly, I'm glad at least that, you know, even drunk I have self-control about that one. Because, again, you know, it comes back down to the whole, like, intolerance. Like, there's just definitely certain shit that's just absolutely 100% just shouldn't be tolerated, period. Like, in any sort of, like, you know, bridge, you know, towards that needs to be fucking, you know, just, you know, loaded up with C4 and just, you know, yeeted out into orbit. Like, I mean, There's just certain shit, like this hyper Christo-fascistic, you know, influence that's been growing in this country, this pedophilic, you know, elements that are enabled because of that type of shit. A lot of, I mean, there's just a lot of shit. I mean, I could go down the list. But at least when it comes to this specific context, like this type of, like, anti-trans bigotry, this fucking, like, LGBT bigotry and shit, like, I said it, like, last night, but I'll say it again. Like, I mean, if I saw this type of shit when it comes to, like, you know, the gay couple that was on the Amtrak that was like, you know, yelled at that they were fucking pedophiles and shit. Dead ass. Like, if there was some LGBT, you know, anti-gay bigot that was yelling that at me for some fucking reason, like, they're being put to the fucking ground. And if it was on public transit, I literally would not give a shit and would actually, you know, be like, you know what, that's absolutely, I would actually, like, look at the security of the public transit and be like, you know what, that's absolutely understandable. You know, it's like, I might challenge it in, like, a court process, but nonetheless, understandable. You know, it's just like, but, you know, understand my opinion that I don't tolerate that shit. And, you know, even if it's not directed at me, if I saw that shit at somebody else, they're being put to the fucking ground. Like, ain't no way. And if they're directing it at somebody else, yeah, I'm going to make sure they don't see it. They're going to make sure they're off guard on that one. Because they're going to see what, they're going to get what's coming to them at that point. If they're going to be like, you fucking queer fag, you know, trying to, you know, indoctrinate you, grooming, pedophile, piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. I'm just going to kick your ass. I'm just going to do that. I'm not even going to, you know, say anything to you. The first thing that you're going to see from me is a fist. Like, that's just what's going to happen. And I'm going to bust your knee by kicking it in, and your face is going to get curb stomped. Like, that's just what's going to happen. Like, there's just ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about that. That's just what's happening. Like, if there's, like, some motherfucker, and there has been people out there, even around here, in a very progressive area like Portland, like, because, like I said, those people live in my county, which isn't Malona, but Clackamas, so a little, it's a border county to it. But those people exist around here. And it's just like, and if females motherfuckers want to think that it's okay to just, you know, bolster their bullshit like that, I just refer back to my whole intolerant of the intolerance. Ain't standing for that shit. No way. And again, I've said that even sober, so that's not a drunk rant either. Like, that just ain't gonna happen. Like, I mean, it's one thing, you know, be like, hey, go fuck yourself and get out of here, you know, and shit. If they're like, go fuck yourself, weird gay person, yeah. Like, I mean, that is just gonna get you, you know, like, hey, get the fuck out of here and shut up, you know. But if you're gonna go all the way and do this whole type of fucking Christo-fascistic, like, weird shit about grooming pedophilic bullshit, you're just getting your ass beat. That's just what's going to happen. Just no ifs, ands, or buts. And I feel absolutely justifiable in doing such actions. And honestly, should be tolerated for such actions. Like, I mean, the idea that they can just keep getting away with hate crimes, but, you know, outside of if they get caught, you know, if they happen to be in a state that doesn't justify fucking, oh, they happen to be trans, so like the trans scare fucking justification or all this other bullshit, or the gay panic fucking justification in like court. Like, if the states don't have that, then you happen to be lucky that they will be guilty probably. But if not, then they get to be innocent and get to be justified and enabled in their fucking ideas, and, you know, likely kill again. And it's just like, nah, Like, I mean, our country is fucking conservative as shit, and there's been too many times where, like, leftism and, like, you know, social progressivism has actually, like, shown that, you know, it can overcome it, but for fuck's sake, it needs to actually, like, put it to the goddamn ground and bury it and actually overcome it once and for all. Because the idea that it could just continue to, like, come back and creep its fucking parasitical leeching fucking head every single goddamn, like, generation is fucking sickening. And it really is creating a lot of very revolutionary fucking fervor in a lot of people besides me. But I'll shut up for a little bit.
Fucking coward. Like, it's your name, right? Say the things that you're saying, do the things that you're doing with your full chest, right? Like, I come out here, I take a stand, and then I own it. And I'm not afraid of the consequences of what I do or say, because I feel like what I'm doing is ethically good. But this...
I do too. I mean, look at me now. I mean, I might be a little drunk, but fuck. I'm here up front saying what I'm saying, believe in what I believe in, honest about what I think, and consistent about it too. Like sober or drunk. And either way, it's just like, maybe I don't necessarily reveal my true name and all this other shit. Like, I have at least some vague sense of anonymity, but I show my face. I show who I am. I'm honest about myself. I mean, at least, like when it comes to shit that I think is comfortable enough to, reveal publicly, and at least when it comes to more shit that I don't, I, tweak around the edges, so to speak. So, it's like, I know where the limits are, but at the end of the day, I'm upfront about who I am. And I'll keep doing that. Because honestly, I'd rather be honest to who the fuck I am and maybe get, like, short viewership, small viewership and shit, than pretend to be something that I'm not and try to grift and do some larger viewership or some shit. I'd rather just be honest with myself. And yeah, and honestly, when it comes to the algorithms, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or any other fucking social media platform, yeah, they don't like that. But you know what? Fuck them. They shouldn't exist, their fucking shit shouldn't exist the way it does anyway. If anything, it should flourish, not just me, but, plethora of other motherfuckers that are like me and shit. Whether they're into politics or not. Whether they're just like a gamer or a stoner bro or, like doing like cosmetic bullshit, like, doing like, hey, I'm a makeup channel or whatever the fuck. Or like, whatever the hell it is. Like, whatever that person, decides to make their channel to their heart's content. Like, I mean, if anything, when it comes to these small channels, the algorithm should be boosting those, these type of channels. Not just me. When it comes to that type of shit, I will speak for all of these tiny-ass channels. Not just me on that one. Because it ain't about me. And really, at the end of the day, it never was. And that's another fucking honest thing about me. Like, when it comes to my shit, even with my own personal channel, like with these streams, like, it's not just about me with these streams. Like, to any motherfucker, even after the fact I do the streams, that happens to watch them, even up to this point, if they start from the beginning, after the fact I do them, it's just like, I do them for that too. It's just like, because there's always a chance that it's going to be some random ass son of a bitch, no insult head, obviously, like, that's gonna probably see this after the fact I do them, whether it's like, a couple days from now, a week from now, months, years, whenever the fuck. Like, there's gonna, eventually somebody's gonna see it and they might be intrigued by it. And at the end of the day, evidently I did something right, if I intrigued somebody that way. And I do. Because over time, even if it's, it's slow and it barely ever happens, there's people that'll pop up. And honestly, the fucking frequency of that type of shit was way more on Twitch. But at least there's like some sort of a veneer that Twitch actually kind of gives a shit about that a little bit, kind of. Because there was at least, their algorithms weren't so fucking heavily suppressive in that sense. If they were suppressive, they were just gonna fucking suspend you or ban you or something. So it's just like, at the end of the day, I mean, it's just like, it should be more about like bolstering, that type of shit. Like, I mean, I guess that's where Twitch did something right. I mean, because honestly, like, I know I definitely got a little bit more recognition, and honestly, there's a lot of people that came back from Twitch, coming over here, and hell, like, even if they don't really use YouTube to watch streams, they'll do so anyway just to check me out. So it's just like, I know that I did something right if that's the case. And it's just like, and hopefully I can also kind of go back on Twitch so I can kind of be multi-platform in that way as well, because fundamentally I want that to be the case either way. It's not like, when I was on Twitch, I never wanted to stream my YouTube again. I did. But it's just like, especially on mobile as it stands right now, that's pretty fucking hard to do. So, it's whatever, at least right now. But eventually, that's something I want to do. So it's like, hopefully that ends up being the case again. But, it's like, there's other shit on my plate and other stuff. So, and also, one of my flaws is I'm definitely a procrastinator. So that's another thing too. I mean, there's some bullshit. A lot of it's, personal shit, but whatever. It will happen when it does. Because at the end of the day, I'm pretty confident, about, being able to be on Twitch again as well. Even though it's not necessarily favorable to especially very rabble-rousy type of political streamers. But, I know when to, draw the line. At least for Twitch's standards. At least with YouTube, you can have a little bit more leeway with what you can say, I guess. But not as much, because again, the algorithm will heavily suppress you depending on what you say. Even if it isn't TOS, so it's like. But nonetheless, I mean, that's why there's all sorts of other shit that kind of plays a role in that. But either way, it's just like, I mean, it kind of goes into a different topic at that point when it comes to like telecommunications, these social media platforms, and at least in my opinion, how they should probably be nationalized, at least to some degree, where the idea of like the Bill of Rights and freedom of expression and speech, is also expanded into the internet sphere when it comes to these platforms as well, where these TOS services and shit that these platforms have are actually integrated into those type of laws and shit. I mean, but, at least something like that, because, I think it's just necessary at this point, because in various different ways, the internet is, the new public space. That doesn't mean in absolute entirety. The physical public space is still in a lot of ways the public space, but there's a lot of different elements about the current, internet sphere that is public space. Like, what I'm doing is basically sitting on a soapbox. At least the equivalent of that online. So it's just like, that those type of protections should also be in place too. And, and not like suppressed or anything like that and shit just because, our algorithms deem something about you unnecessary and bad. It's like, boo. It's like, why? Because, I happen to be like kind of a hardcore lefty anarchist and shit, and have a little bit more, rabble-rousy ideas that are very vehemently against the status quo, like, go fuck yourself. It's like, you let these fucking crazy Christo-fascist types, like, this Libs of TikTok shit, and Ben Shapiro, and fucking, like, Ted Cruz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's literally had open fucking death threats, since she's been in office to, where she's called for that shit. And, like, all that shit's okay. But, oh no, hardcore, anarchy, commie lefty type. We can't have that. It's like, oh my god, fuck you. So stupid. Honestly, it's not even like I'm like full-on communist. I'm more of like a syndicalist, but like, still, it's like I'm kind of lumped in with them anyway, just because, of my fucking hard left views. If anything, syndicalism is kind of more of a democratized offshoot of communism anyway. So it's just like, I guess I am to a degree. But still, it's just like, boo. It's like you let these more fashy types, speak their shit, but, the more like, hard left type of, people, that's not allowed. Boo. It kind of shows, like, how right our entire, status quo really is, too, as well. Like, honestly. It's not just the U.S. that's kind of at fault for that, either, but, it's really, like, the biggest problem, I think, here. Because, I think Europe definitely, and also other places in the West, kind of broadly, also kind of suffer from these type of problems as well. And also kind of like in places like in the East too, like in Russia and shit too. Like, a lot of these issues are also plaguing there too. It's honestly kind of a global problem. It's like, ugh. It's like, haven't we evolved, from this shit? No? Oh, okay. God damn it.
I think that they know that what they're doing is terrible, right? They're canceling teachers. I thought that cancel culture was bad, but they're canceling teachers.
Hold on, wait. Mike, hold on. I was just going to play you for a minute and shut up, because honestly, I say I shut up for a minute, but then I just pause it 30 seconds in. But, like, wait, did you just say that, like, they don't know that they're doing something fucked up? Like, no. Like, wait, hold on, let me rephrase it. Like, he said that, like, they know they're doing something bad. Like, no, they don't. They actually think what they're doing is good. I love Mike Figueredo, but sometimes he's a little too optimistic, I think, with some of his ideas, and this is one of them. It's like, dude, like, bro, they don't know what they're doing is bad. They actually think it's good, and they actually, if anything, feel very vindicated from these views. Like, they feel vindicated in this type of shit. Like, you're, like, I mean, honestly, it's just one of the areas where it's not that they don't know, or it's not that they know, it's just that they straight up don't know, because mainly they don't give a fuck. They just straight up think they're justified.
And harassing people, and they're screeching and playing the victim now that their name was revealed. And again, the name was already revealed. Taylor Lorenz just confirmed that this is indeed the person. But now they're doing the whole, I'm the victim, starting a Patreon and a Substack. I mean, it doesn't take much to grift the right. But let's just read a little bit of Taylor's article here.
Really doesn't.
Because what she's doing here, this is good journalism. I think that the public does have a right to know who is harassing, doing targeted harassment of LGBTQ plus people. So on March 8th, a Twitter account called Libs of TikTok posted a video of a woman teaching sex education to children in Kentucky, calling the woman in the video a predator. The next evening, the same clip was featured on Laura Ingram's Fox News program, prompting the host to ask, when did our public schools, any schools, become what are essentially grooming centers for gender identity radicals? Libs of TikTok reposts a steady stream of TikTok videos and social media posts, primarily from LGBTQ plus people, often including incendiary framing designed to generate outrage. Videos shared from the account quickly find their way to the most influential names in right-wing media. The account has emerged as a powerful force on the internet, shaping right-wing media, impacting anti-LGBTQ plus legislation, and influencing millions by posting viral videos aimed at inciting outrage among the right. The anonymous account's impact is deep and far-reaching. Its content is amplified by high-profile media figures, politicians, and right-wing influencers. Its tweets reach millions, with influence spreading far beyond its more than 648,000 Twitter followers. Libs of TikTok has become an agenda setter in right-wing online discourse, and the content it surfaces shows a direct correlation.
I guarantee you, despite those followers, they get millions of views.
With the recent push in legislation and rhetoric directly targeting the LGBTQ plus community. So, if you're this anonymous entity who's an agenda setter, if you are going on national television networks, I mean, at some point, you've got to expect people to get more curious and try to figure out who you are, and your name was revealed. Again, most of us online...
good. Like... I mean, these are just motherfuckers. They're just such a threat to society. I mean, it's just like the idea that they could just continue anonymously getting away with the shit that they do. It's like, that shit needs to be put to a fucking end. Like, and honestly, that kind of comes to a more broader point of, like, the idea of anonymity on the internet anyway. It's like, I mean, was that even a good idea in the first place? Because honestly, at this point, maybe it wasn't. Like, maybe we should have had, like, the internet more structured to the point, and maybe there needs to be, like, a total rehaul on the idea, whereas it's like, there's, like, you know, an anonymous account, and then, like, your personal, actual, like, you know, all your information's on there, publicly if you use it type of account. So you have, like, your anonymous account, where you can do whatever the fuck you want on it, and then you got, like, your account. It's just like... I don't know. At this point, maybe something like that probably would have, you know, it's probably a preferable idea at this rate.
Who try to set the agenda, we already reveal our names to you because we're not fucking cowards.
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. God damn it.
Wants to be hateful, wants to cancel others, but doesn't want to get canceled themselves. I don't know if this person does this hate shit full time, but I'm sure that they'd be worried that an employer wouldn't want to hire somebody who's like this giant online bigot, right? So the question is, like, would you be okay with unmasking a Klans member, or would you allow them to hide behind their anonymity? That's I think, like, not necessarily a one-to-one comparison, but it's pretty close, right? And I think that at a minimum, just knowing the name of the person who is directing mobs of hate to just random teachers who share their experience, yeah, sorry, you can't do that. That's not acceptable. So let's go through a little bit here. The account has been promoted by podcast host Joe Rogan, of course. He should take responsibility for this. It's been featured in the New York Post, the Federalist, the Post Millennial, and Glenn Greenwald amplified it to his 1.8 million followers and called himself the account's godfather. Can we just pause for a moment and reflect on that? Glenn Greenwald is a gay man, and he called himself the godfather of this anti-gay hate account. I mean, at this point, he's functionally Dave Rubin 2.0, just a little bit more savvy and accomplished more than Dave Rubin. But he's doing exactly what Dave Rubin does now, just propaganda for the right, and in this instance, he's running interference for a hate account that has gotten teachers fired for being LGBTQ+. It's truly disgusting, and I have no respect for gay people that sell out their entire community for clout or clicks, or I don't even know what the fuck Glenn Greenwald is doing lately, but I think that he should be ashamed of himself, and I know that he's smart enough to acknowledge that what he's doing is gross. I know that about him. With Dave Rubin, I think that maybe he feels bad about the response from his right-wing colleagues, but I don't think he's smart enough to realize that what he's doing is actually really making the world a worse place. Glenn Greenwald knows. Glenn Greenwald is smart enough to know, so that's what makes it really disgusting. So basically, this entire article is just talking about this influential person, and it's the name. That's it. Name, Chaya Raichik. This is the person who is terrorizing gay teachers. And they didn't hide their identity very well in the first place because this was their original Twitter handle, and it just kept like evolving. So the libs of TikTok was originally just her name, but since it blew up now and since it's known for hatred, they want to hide behind anonymity. So what's interesting to me is that after all this talk about doxing, they posted this image, which I don't even.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, is that the lady that fucking dox people?
Showing you, because it shows so much. Like, you never post your own neighborhood. They dox them.
Oh, really? So she doxed herself? Oh, that's cute. Honestly, you can barely tell where, like... you can barely even tell. Like, how are you gonna be able to, like, figure out where the fuck she is directly, specifically with, like, GPS shit with that? Like, yeah, let me just, like, geolocate that shit. Like, that could be, like, California, like, Arkansas, fucking, like, New York. That could be anywhere, dude. Like, what the hell? I don't feel comfortable, but it's like, Mike, get over yourself, bro. Like, and honestly, it's like, like, you really think that, like, oh, you're uncomfortable with this? Like, oh my god, I'm absolutely comfortable just leaving it like that, where you could just kind of see the car and all that shit. Like, fuck her. And that's what she looks like? Oh my god, she literally looks like a fucking Karen bitch. Like, she literally looks like, you know, a generic Karen, you know, like one of the different, like, hundreds of, like, generic Karens that you would see on one of those fucking, like, Karen compilations or something. It's just like, goddamn, bro. Like, really? Like, seriously? And you're, like, Mike, bro, you're uncomfortable with this? Like, dude, seriously? Like, come on, man. That's some cojones. Especially for someone like this. Like, honestly, I wish she showed more. I mean, it's just like... I mean, I've done streams where, like, you know, especially when it's, like, in the afternoon or in the morning where it's, like, sunlight and shit, where I've been outside and stuff. But, yeah, I'm careful, you know, like, I at least, you know, try to be careful and shit, you know, to not show, like, the neighborhood, so to speak. I mean, does it kind of, like, you know, maybe pop in there a little bit? Yeah, probably, and shit. But it's like, I mean, at that point, it's like, kind of, so be it, I guess. I mean, I've already been doxxed before in the past, so it's not like my shit's already out there. But, I mean, like, what the fuck are, you know, someone really gonna do? Like, I'm somebody who's especially a very, you know, I guess, Second Amendment, you know, type of person or whatever. I guess just more in general, more of a pro-gun type of guy. So it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, what? They're gonna send me food like that happened last time? You know, it's like, what? Oh no, I'm so scared. Especially when I know how to backtrack people, you know, to find out their private information from that type of shit anyway. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Just not a good idea. So, you know, at the end of the day, at least for me personally, I'm not that worried about it. Because it's kind of one of those type of things where, like, quote, you don't know what you're fucking with type of situation. Because generally I'm just, you know, chill ass dude. But it's like, I don't play nice and I don't play by the rules when someone, you know, really wants to fuck with me. And luckily, especially in like, for like the longest time, I would say that most people, or at least like pretty much all people, don't do, you know, don't really go to that type of level. There's only a few instances where, you know, I'd say people have crossed to that instance, but they're more exceptions than the rule. So, I'm not really worried about it.
It shows so much.
I mean, but it's just like, I mean, I will say this, so it's just, it's not like I don't want to necessarily keep my shit private, because I do, but it's like, you know, if it happens to, it's like, what are you really gonna do? Like, honestly. Like, you're just gonna be bitch and send me some food or something like that, or like send a little warning or some shit, or send me like a package or whatever the fuck. Oh, I'm so scared. I am so worried. I mean, at the end of the day, I'd be very smart about it, because I will be able to find out who the fuck you are from it. Like I said, you know, there was somebody who I was able to backtrack the order of a certain, you know, of food that was a bunch of tacos that somebody sent me once because of doxing and shit. And because their name happened to be on the receipt, like I said, I was able to find out who they were. Especially with the backtrack of the order and shit. And it's like, do you know what the caller ID was on that by chance? And they're like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's like, cool, thanks, you know, because blah, 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 you know, so thank you. You know, it wasn't exactly, you know, what I wanted or anything, and I never ordered this, so this is very odd and mysterious, but, you know, thank you for being able to backtrack for me and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't take much, yeah. I guess I necessarily shouldn't be saying this, because now they have information, they could be like, oh, I need to write that down. So, but it's not like I can't figure it out either way, besides from that. There's plenty of other ways. All I have to really do is just literally call the places that, you know, they order from anyway. Just be like, hey, there was this specific order, and I just can repeat the order. Or, you know, say what it is, and they'll be able to fucking backtrack from there, and I go from there. Honestly, even, you know, without the name on the receipt, it's not that hard. It's pretty easy.
Post your own neighborhood. They doxed themselves more than Taylor Lorenz doxed them, supposedly, right? And again, Taylor just confirmed that the name that the internet dug up, it was that person, right? And so she wanted to know more. This is journalism. And
I want her name.
journalists are going to go to people's houses and interview them. It's just a matter of, like, what do you think ethically is necessary for journalists? You know, there's Fox News hosts like Jesse Waters. He's ambushing people. I think that wasn't there a video of him ambushing some random person who heckled Melania Trump?
Do you regret verbally
I guess this is it.
Ivanka Trump on the plane? You harassed a woman with her baby on a flight. You proud of that?
You proud of that? Go fuck yourself, you literal parasite, fucking weasel, bitch, coward, millionaire, fuck. Oh, man, if I was in that position, I would not be hiding myself like that. I would... Never mind.
You're a class act, aren't you? Now you're afraid to show your face?
Oh, go... Redacted. Redacted.
Fox News and conservatives, they have a double standard.
Oh,
What they do is not
thank God that clip ended. That was about to make my blood boil on the fucking new level that I didn't even think was possible there for a second. Oh. Like, you know what? She is a class act. You know what? Go, you know, whoever, I forgot who he said that was, but, like, whoever that was, like, you know what? Yeah, she is a class act. And you know what? Yeah, I hope she is proud of it. And you know what? I hope she fucking remembers that as, like, one of her best days of her fucking life. And I hope she, you know, proudly drinks to that, you know, and celebrates it like a fucking anniversary, you know, to her fucking wedding or some shit. Like, you literal parasitical leech fuck. Like, I mean, it's like she absolutely 100% should be proud of that and everything. But, you know, because of you being a literal parasitical fucking Fox propagandist, you know, trying to, you know, condescend and make her feel bad or whatever, it's like, man, I mean, there's a whole song on it. It's like, we shall not be moved. And it's like, oh, I shall not be motherfucking moved when it comes to that. Like, if I was ridiculing and fucking insulting Melania Trump and shit, oh, hell yeah. Like, I'd hella fucking, you know, be proud of that shit. Considering that she's the fucking trophy wife of fucking, you know, the parasitical Cheeto fucking fascist, you know, that, you know, he is as Trump. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that.
But what the left does, or journalists do, is bad if it affects one of them. But this dipshit posted an image of their neighborhood, and they still, like, this is accurate, or not accurate, it's current, they haven't taken this down. So, I mean, like, if you're worried about doxing, you take this down. You don't share pictures of your neighborhood, but they're screeching more about their name. But I don't want to focus on that, because it distracts you from the real story here, and that this account is despicable. It is a hate account, and anyone defending it, they're not allies, they're enemies to the LGBTQ plus community, and I wanted to share this really insightful thread here from the Serfs. So he explained why this account is so bad and what it does. So since there seems to be a lot of confusion about the Libs of TikTok saga, including from people on the left who are buying into a lie that it's just a site that posts videos and that it's LGBTQ plus people that makes themselves look bad, here's a thread with receipts. Okay. First and foremost, the account would frequently take videos of teachers either discussing how they're trans or gay, explaining why they're scared of anti-LGBTQ plus laws or how it affects their class environment. Then Libs of TikTok would state that they're pedophiles or grooming children. Okay? Teacher brags about grooming kids. Minnesota preschool teacher admits to grooming kids. So teacher, let's zoom in a little bit. Teacher at Pike Schools, and look, they're citing the actual school here, right? Pike Schools doesn't want, I'm guessing this is a district, doesn't want a parent to find this TikTok. She leads a GSA, Gay Straight Alliance, which is necessary for schools.
I just feel more vindicated at the idea that these few people are literal parasitical fucking threat to society. And the idea that, like, oh, I mean, it's, I guess, to dock on Mike a little. It's like, I feel uncomfortable showing their, you know, private information and where their neighborhood might be. It's like, no, good. Like, it needs to. Like, honestly, it should be a fucking societal obligation to figure it out and find out what that is when it comes to shit like this. Like, because if they're anonymously able to, you know, just do this shit willy-nilly and it's just enabled, I mean, then there's just such a fucking broken problem, you know, fundamentally about society that, like, it needs to be fundamentally tackled and, you know, just, like, quashed and erased out of society as quickly, as efficiently as possible. Because there's, like, this type of shit, again, to the whole tolerant of the intolerant should just never be allowed, period, whatsoever. And, you know, and just the audacity that these people can just anonymously give away with this shit is just venomous as fuck. And it needs to be fucking amputated out of it and fucking cracked down on and persecuted, you know, for what it should be. As criminal fucking acts, you know, against fucking, you know, society and shit to fucking destabilize and do harm against it. Like, fuck these people. Like, they don't deserve the fucking anonymity that they fucking worship. You know, it's like the idea that, like, oh, you know, it's like we want to protect our man, but then they use that, you know, to fucking manipulate it, you know, to just try to, you know, target and harass people like this shit. Now, fuck them, and fuck, you know, whatever type of rights they get and shit. They deserve fucking prison. You know, or re-education camp or whatever the fuck. You know, I don't give a shit whatever happens to them. Like, fuck them. They're supposed to deserve my empathy when they want to see me, people lined up against a wall and shot at the most and at the very least fucking persecuted and segregated as second-class citizens or third-class citizens. Nah, They don't deserve my goddamn empathy at that point. Like, I mean, that's kind of a little bit my country boy side a little bit, where it's like, I ain't gonna fucking tolerate their motherfucking nonsense, and it ain't gonna, fucking fly. Like, that's where my fucking, where a little bit of my second amendment comes out a little bit, where it's like, you ain't gonna be fucking keeping me on my fucking, living hands where they're warm. You're gonna be doing that when they're fucking cold and dead.
Young kids who are LGBTQ have a resource.
But that ain't gonna happen without a fucking fight.
Tell their parents it's a study group. Yeah, that's called being safe, because not all kids have an environment where they're safe to come out to their parents. Some of these kids end up getting kicked out. Like, there are LGBTQ shelters that exist for a reason for young people, because they get kicked out when they come out to their parents. And some of them don't even come out to their parents, but their parents suspect that they're gay because maybe their son acts a little bit too effeminate. And they end up getting kicked out. So it's important that these spaces exist for LGBTQ plus youth. We have seen multiple examples.
I was a part of Gay Straight Alliance. I mean, honestly, it's kind of what helped me understand, more about my own sexuality and about me being bi. Was, being around other people who were gay or pansexual or bisexual themselves or lesbian or whatever the fuck. It's just like, and also, yeah, straight people. Like, I mean, like, it was an actual environment where it helped me understand more about my own sexuality, too. I mean, it's like, it's also why, those type of environments are so fucking important, because, like, it's, it helps, people that might be in, that, go to those spaces, maybe even understand their own sexuality, too, on top of, just being an ally, to people that happen to be LGBT, because God fucking forbid.
Kids in a GSA club behind parents' back. So now GSA, something that is necessary for LGBTQ plus youth, is grooming, right? It's insane.
Which, the idea that it's grooming, the idea that these people have any fucking right or fucking audacity or fucking privilege to fucking be in civilized society. Like, honestly. Like, they deserve to be deported into goddamn Saudi Arabia with this fucking mentality. Like, if there's people who truly believe that, deport them to Saudi Arabia. Deport them. Like, round them up and take them to Saudi Arabia where they properly belong. Like, I mean, fuck these parasites. Like, we're supposed to fucking, just accept that shit. Like, me being a part of the GSA and shit, in high school, like, the idea that any of that shit was grooming and shit is honestly just, I mean, it's like, that like, the idea that has any fucking right being in public discourse, like, I mean, it's like, yeah, make that public discourse in goddamn fucking Saudi Arabia, you literal leech. Like, get deported to fucking Saudi Arabia, you actual parasitical fucking parasite animal. You fuck. Like, the idea that these people have a right in fucking civilized society is just insane to me. Like, put them in a barbaric fucking land where they belong. Like, fucking root them out of fucking our civilized lands. They never deserve to be here. What privilege do they have? What, because they had a silver spoon in their mouth and they had a fucking few slave plantation, inheritance back in the Confederacy? Fuck you. Go to Saudi Arabia where you belong, fucking fag. Like, that's where the word faggot needs to belong, is to these people. Because that's who they are. Like the idea that they can appropriate that word and use it as a bigoted fucking shit against people like me. Like the word queer, we need, like, the LGBT needs that word back in their fucking community. Just like queer. Because they use that shit left and right back in the 90s just as much as faggot. And it's just like, I mean, like, I grew up with that word being, basically used as just like a neutral fucking phrasing. And honestly, it needs to be more phrased to these Christo-fascistic Saudi Arabian style fucking radicals that, have no right being in the goddamn civilized land. that, you know, what should be fucking America, but ain't, because of these fucking puritanical barbarians. Like, what is this? Like, 187 BC or fucking 2022? Like, what fucking year is it? Like, are we still, like, you know, chimps that are fucking, you know, still figuring out how to be civilized? Or are we actually, you know, gonna be a modern society? Like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Like, I mean, at least in this goddamn country. It's a good nap. You were having a nap this entire time? You've been missing the drunkest rant I've been going off on. I guess, you came in at the good time, I guess. At this point, now it's a drunk rant. Like, I mean, you know, maybe I might not have these same positions sober, but I don't know. I know I will contemplate them sober, and maybe I might continue to believe them. Because, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I mean, the idea that these fuckers, you know, can just get away with this type of shit, left and fucking right, and yet, you know, the progressive left, you know, or the liberal side of things, you know, just lets it happen. Like, where's it gonna fucking, you know, just, you know, where's the line gonna be? Like, what, when there's gonna literally be, like, you know, a mass shooting at, like, a pro-LGBT rally, or, like, you know, more lynchings again? Like, what's it gonna be? Like, you know, more people dying, so, you know, the whole it bleeds, it leads fucking narrative, you know, continues to fucking make, you know, the mainstream media profits. Is that what's gonna be? So some more people can make some more fucking money? Send them all to Israel. I was thinking Saudi Arabia because I'm sure they would get along very swimmingly. Two birds with one stone, right? I was gonna drink tea, but I'm going for this mango card ale now. Fuck it. God, that was a crisp fucking all in one swing. Hey! What are you doing? But, you know, Israel, Saudi Arabia, what's the difference? It's like the audacity that they want to claim that they're, like, you know, civilized and shit, and yet they have so much of this barbaric fucking just parasitical fucking just violent shit. I mean, it's just like I wouldn't have such a repulsive, like, reaction if, you know, if it wasn't such, you know, an influence. Like, honestly, like, I think the closest I ever felt this way about this type of shit was probably around, like, I don't know, fucking, like, 2016 and shit. Like, during, you know, Trump's, you know, like, early years. And maybe, like, January 6th, you know, around that time. But, I mean, I guess now at this point, it's more than ever. Because, I mean, considering that we're having an administration that's supposed to be, quote, harm reduction, there's literally more harm than ever. There's more harm than ever going on in society, especially culturally, supposedly, you know, with the culture war or whatever. So it's just like, I mean, at this point, I guess, why, you know, it's like, I guess you can't help but, you know, understand why there might be legitimately some very revolutionistic fervor amongst, you know, especially, you know, people who are left, especially, you know, especially if they're, you know, part of the LGBT, you know, like me. And I know especially you, Venom, because you live in Alabama and you happen to be bi. There's an excuse for electing scumbags who barely do anything. Exactly. It just always has been. Because, like, honestly, this type of shit, when it comes to this whole, like, you know, LGBT attack that's going on now and shit, this would keep happening whether it's Trump or Biden. This shit, when you know, nothing about it would have changed. it probably would have, you know, maybe been a little more severe, but fundamentally, it's the same shit. If Biden actually was maybe trying to crack down on this shit as an, you know, with him and his administration, maybe there would be something to it. You know, maybe there would be something to that fucking idea, but honestly, even with the quote harm reduction elements that he might have done, the fact that this shit is happening under his watch is enough to say that no, harm has been exacerbated. There's more harm in society and in the United States currently under the Biden administration than there was previously. And that doesn't mean Trump is good, by the way, and that doesn't mean he's harm reductive. If anything, there would be the exact same amount of harm. I really do think literally nothing changed. Biden's quote of nothing will fundamentally change is the most truest and the most fucking, like, objectively factual thing he has ever said ever in his fucking life in the last, like, year or so. Well, I mean, at least since he fucking campaigned. Like, that was back during the campaigns and shit in 2020. So it's just like the fact, like, that was literally the most truest thing he ever said during the fucking campaigns and shit. When he said it to a bunch of billionaires and the fucking lobbyists and shit. Because, yeah, as long as nothing fundamentally changes for them, it's all good. And what do you know? Nothing changed. I'm just glad I like women and men. I could blend in with the straights to a degree. Same here. That's the fucked up thing. Same here. It's easier to, like, blend into the closet, so to speak. Which I guess is a little fucked up about bis, I guess. Which I suppose, to a degree, I can understand the whole, like, bi erasure thing with that. Because, like, oh, well, if you're in the closet, well, you're just straight, and it's not, blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it's still fucked up, and it's still bullshit, and it's still bigoted. And it sucks that the fact that there's even people in the LGBTQ that won't recognize the B in that. But, you know, nonetheless, it's just like, I guess I can understand to a degree why they might feel that way, because, yeah, it is. Like, the fact that I don't have to necessarily come out as bisexual to my family in the South, like, you know, my grandma and my aunts and all that shit. I mean, yeah, that's nice. I don't have to, you know, say, hey, I'm bi. I can just say I'm straight because, yeah, I do like the female form. I do like the female body and the female gender and sex. Like, I mean, I'm okay with that. I like femininity, you know, in a sexual way and otherwise. You know, just as much as masculinity in the male form and shit. Like, I mean, you know, like, I'm a sexual being, you know, like, in totality. Like, as Freddie Mercury once said, I like to fucking get fucked. You know, so, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't really matter to me that much, but it's useful when, you know, there's some people that I kind of might need that, you know, for. I mean, it feels shitty because it's just like, you know, there's plenty of people who are like full-on gay or lesbian shit that, you know, they just don't comfortably feel that, you know, like they can just say that shit, you know, and they have to, and it sucks for them. And I really do feel bad for those, you know, for people who are gay or lesbian or even fucking trans because, you know, because of that shit. Because it's just like, they don't really have like the cop out where you don't really feel as bad about it, like, you know, as someone who's bi does. And that's just like, I mean, there is it's not like a guilty sense. It's just shitty because of how the culture and society views that shit. I mean, it's not really a sense of guilt. It's just because of that. And it's just like, I mean, if society was just more normalized and better about this shit, then it wouldn't give a fuck. Because at least around here where I live, no one gives a shit. You know, if anything, you know, being bi is actually kind of, at least from my experience, a little bit more common than being gay, trans, or anything else. So it's just like, I mean, it's whatever around here. But as a country and in certain regions of the country, it's not. And that's kind of shitty. I mean, it's just like, I mean, that says more about how society's shitty, which is kind of the core root about all this fucking shit, more so than, you know, like some weird internal guilt complex or whatever the fuck. You know, so at least that's my, you know, idea of it, because, you know, I definitely don't feel guilty about being bi at all. It's just who I am. I mean, you know, it's like, I can't change it, so why feel guilty about it, you know? You know, at least that's, you know, again, that's just how I view it. So it's just like, you know, at least when it comes to that type of shit, I recognize for what it is, at least in that metric, it is, you know, how, like, the culture and society views that type of shit. Which is, well, shitty. I mean, but it doesn't mean that it's not like it's, you know, you're never gonna be better or anything. Obviously, the trend has, and still consistently, and fundamentally to the root of even this shit here with this whole libs of TikTok thing too, the root of it all is that, like, it is on the trend, you know, that's against these fuckers. Like, the trend is against them, and that's why, especially now more than ever, they're on the attack. Because they know that they're a minority when it comes to this shit, and they're trying to desperately try to, like, maximize, you know, the suppression, segregation, and enablation and bolstering of their ideology into the social zeitgeist, and hopefully, you know, see if they could try to get the majority popularity again. But, you know, for them, it's just too little too late, and good. And that's why at this point, I have no, you know, qualms, you know, at this point, you know, having a view about just crushing them. Because it's just like, fuck them. They're on the, you know, they're the minority in this shit. You know, like, what fucking privilege do they have, you know, trying to enact all this fucking, you know, bigotry, hatred, and lynchings, and hate crimes, and all this other shit, especially anonymously. And just be able to get away with it with a society that is slowly but surely normalizing it. Normalizing, you know, the shit that they're attacking. You know, at that point. You know, it's just like, no. At that point, you know, it's like, let's get this over with. Like, you know, let's make sure that this shit's normalized and actually, like, you know, something that's, you know, that helps, you know, make our society at least a little bit more prosperous, at least to some degree, at least socially at this point. And, you know, make sure that these people don't have, like, an influential voice anymore. They can have their stupid little fucking opinions and be the queen and all this other bullshit. But at least at that point, they won't have a fucking influence anymore. And good riddance. We never needed their fucking influence from the get-go. And unfortunately, it's, you know, we've been a very regressive society because of it. But, oh, it's the woke CRT commie agenda that, you know, that's grooming, you know, kids and being a bunch of pedophiles is apparently the fucking ones degrading society. Apparently. According to their fucking words. It's like, just get them to fucking Saudi Arabia already for all I give a shit. Deport them to Saudi Arabia, Israel, Iran. Like, move them all to the most, like, religiously extremist fucking societies and just move them all over there. Like, as far as I give a shit. Like, if they want to, you know, be in some sort of, like, hyper-traditionalist fucking religious extremist society, then go live in one. Gulags. Nah, let's have at least a little bit more of a humanistic approach and just bring back the insane asylums that Reagan gutted and destroyed. Instead of reforming them so they're at least a little bit more humanistic, you know, he decided to just, you know, dismantle them entirely. So it's just like, we need to reenact what he fucking did wrong in and actually, you know, do the rights of what he, you know, wronged. And fucking reenact insane asylums and shit. Because honestly, when it comes to a lot of fucking social ills, especially to shit like this, you know, mental illness and all these other things, dead ass, you know, a lot of it has to, I mean, it doesn't have to, it is, you know, a role that is played in the fact that Reagan dismantled these insane asylums and shit. And it's like, instead of doing that, why don't you just massively reform them so they're more humanistic, so they're not doing, like, lobotomies and shit, and actually doing a more humanistic, you know, psychological treatment of these people and actually treating them like fucking human beings. Not a pleasant place to be. That's why I wanted to see massive fucking reforms of these places. So they at least treat the people that are there like human beings still. But at least, still do the kind of the idea of what they're supposed to be there for, which is psychological study of these type of people. And honestly, it's just like, especially for someone like you, it's like there's definitely people that don't even necessarily need to even be there. Ugh, fuck, I gotta take a piss again. God damn it. Hold on. I'll be right back again. Ugh. Boo! Hey, baby. Oh, you psycho dog. There you go. Oh. Yeah. Peak cannon at maximum. 2022. True. And I bring forth Bandito. Oh, Bandito. Oh. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? He's just a soft little wriggly little slinky. Who's a good boy? Sukov, leave him alone! Man looked like he had the soul of a Trumpist and found nothing. He always does. And yeah, the soul of a Trumpist does have nothing. Boo. It was a good baby. But, yeah. Summarize, Reagan made the biggest mistake by abolishing insane asylums. But, what else could even be said about these fucking psychos? Like, honestly. It's just like, it's just like, it really just infuriates me that there's like, libs that just want to have the, this more decorum, civility, when it comes to like, discourse and shit like that, and are willing to tolerate, these fucking things. And honestly, this is also even like kind of a call to people like Dylan Burns and other fucking streamers like that too, because they'll have like massive like debate panels where they have people that literally believe shit like this, and just like allow them to be on these side platforms and just kind of enable the type of shit. And it's like, I guess to an extent it's okay, because like most people, especially even on the debate panels, look at those type of people and basically outnumber them by like everybody and just that person and just like dogpile on them. But it's just like, they still have their fucking following, and there's gonna be random dipshits that might see that and be like, wait, I might have a point, why is everyone dogpiling on them? So it's just like, honestly, to some degree there is like an element where it's just like, yeah, honestly, do we really just allow these motherfuckers to just like, spout their bullshit? Like, I mean, there is a degree where, like, the only time where, you know, we should, you know, have a, quote, platform is when we literally just fuck on them. And just, like, you know, ridicule them and react to their type of shit and break down, you know, their type of bullshit. You know, it's like, and that's basically about as far as it goes. Kind of like I do human support, you know, with his video here. You know, that we were looking at. I guess I still have it on screen, I guess. But it's just like, I mean, at this point, it's like that's about as far as you should go. It's like showing how fucked these people are, and you know how uncivil they are, and yet you know this whole like civil like decorum, you know crying about that type of bullshit. Fuck civility. I want actual policies that positively affect people. Yeah, exactly. You know what? It's like at least when it comes to like you know a means to end. At least when it comes to shit like this, like I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like the means do kind of, like the ends do kind of justify the means a little bit. Passes from political office, I think. If you hold a religious title, you shouldn't be able to hold a political one. Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. In fact, I think that should be, you know, not just like, you know, some that should be okay, but some that should be fucking enforced. Like, yeah. Like, at this point, you know, I don't think, you know, a secular state necessarily goes, you know, go far enough. You know, so it's like, I'm definitely a little bit more in favor of an atheistic state, you know, that actually does crack down on religion versus, you know, a fucking secular one that has a hands-off approach. Because there's too many loopholes and too much bullshit where religion, you know, fucking gets its hands into mixed things and fucks, you know, that, you know, whole type of shit up. To where, you know, they actually have a fucking power and influence in the, quote, secularized society. Because look at America. Like, the idea of fucking secularism and shit is supposedly ingrained into the Bill of Rights and the fucking amendments of the Constitution and shit. But look how much religion has a fucking grip on not just, you know, society, but in politics. Like, evidently, secularism isn't necessarily something that works 100%. Like, you need a more atheist state, you know, to actually, you know, make sure that religion is put the fucking heel. You know, it's just like, because religion as an institutional organization shouldn't have loopholes or any fucking ability to fucking, you know, like, put its influence into government. Which a secularized society, unfortunately, shows its, you know, self to that, you know, to a means and ability to be corruptible to that type of shit. It's not just America that's guilty of that either. Like all these other Western European countries that supposedly, you know, are secular and shit, also have religion intertwined into their politics and government too. So it's not just America. We're probably the biggest victims of it when it comes to being a secularized society. But, you know, other countries are also at fault of this too. Secular states are all fine and dandy until the religious corrupt that state into a theocracy. Yep. I mean, that's honestly kind of one of the flaws I'm starting to kind of really truly understand about a more secular society is that, like, there's loopholes to where the religious extremists and fundamentalists can actually take a grip and corrupt, you know, that type of society. Because, I mean, there's a lot of examples of that, and America is currently one right now. So it's just like, I mean, at this point, an atheistic state is, you know, a little bit more, you know, better in my mind, you know, where there's at least, you know, some crackdown on the religious organizations and institutions, you know, by the government at this point, you know, versus not. So maybe that whole, like, freedom of religious expression, blah, 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 like, maybe that was kind of a mistake. Because, well, look where it's gotten us. It's like, yeah, a bunch of gay people get lynched, and trans people get, you know, killed in hate crimes left and right, and all this and that, yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, yeah, it's so great, such good, yeah, a secular society is so great. Oh, yeah, totally not corruptible to, like, the religious, you know, cultural elements that, you know, plague it. Yeah, not at all. You know, millions would rise up to oppose us if we did this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I will admit, it's wishful thinking. But America being a more atheist state versus a secular state would be so fucking preferable. But, yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, there'd be millions. I suppose it'd probably be, for the better. But, Jesus. Honestly, I mean, it's not even necessarily that it'd be like, in political rallies and shit like that. It's that it's not just that they would rise up and oppose it. A lot of them are also like the amosexual pro-gun types that are like fucking really insane about it. So like every one of them basically has the equivalent of like a small battalion's worth of fucking guns and ammo. So it's like, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to trying to enact such an idea, you're playing with fucking fire. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like you'd be taking out a lot of problems if they decide to fucking, go shooty bang bang, first, because God forbid that we actually fucking stop them from being bigoted, fascistic, religious fundamentalists, in a society that is supposedly supposed to be, fucking, like separate from shit like that. And yet they can just get away with doing the shit that they do. So it's just like, But honestly, like, you would get a lot of these fucking people, to rise up, not just with something like that, but even when it comes to like gun legislation, when it comes to like, social legislation, even if it's not necessarily as much. I mean, you would, so many of these type of motherfuckers, would rise up over the most smallest of shit, because just look how much they're fucking getting anal about, no pun intended, about like this whole LGBT issue. Even though it's just like, the normal cultural trends of society, slowly but surely normalizing these things, and they're just like the loudest minority still fucking fighting against it. It's just like, it's just one of the examples of that type of shit. The homosexuals are desperate for a reason to hurt people like us. Exactly. I mean, that's why, so many of them are so fucking against, various different gun legislation. And to be fair, I am too. I personally think there is a lot of different gun legislation that is, that the different states and different politicians enact or try to push, that I think do more detriment to average citizens like me, more so than the people they're trying to fucking, hit, than, more than anything, that I think is bullshit. Like, so I do think there's a lot of gun legislation that, does, hurt more the average citizen, more so than the people that they're trying to crack down on, so to speak. So it's just like, I mean, I guess in a sense I'm picky about the gun legislation, but, at the end of the day, if I think, it's more in line with what I believe, should be enacted, I will, be in favor of it. But when it comes to things like magazine capacity, banning of bump stocks, and blah, 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 and all this other bullshit, fuck that. Like, there should be at least, some licensing and some other shit when it comes to at least quiet firearm and all this other stuff. But, like, there may be some extra hoops, for things like suppressors and automatic firearms and all this other shit. But when it comes to, like, magazine capacity or like, different gun parts, for a gun that you want to upgrade or whatever the fuck, that should be fine. Like, I mean, it's stupid, to try to, like, prohibit average law-abiding citizens like me, from having these type of things just because, some psycho where the root of the problem isn't the gun, but the fucking person and their fucking neurology and their psychology, of why they fucking did the shit that they did, that we can tackle the root of, but we just, as a society, choose not to. It's like, there's a lot of fucking, things that just isn't, the gun or necessarily the parts of a gun that, like, law-abiding citizens, us, like, me, want to maybe have fun with. And, not necessarily, just, like, because on the virtue I just wanted, like, bump stocks, for example, like, when Trump banned that shit. It's like, I mean, I can bump fire a gun without needing a bump stock. I mean, most people, especially if they know their way around a gun, know how to do that. I mean, honestly, a bump stock, like, the reason why people got that, because it makes it that much easier to just do it, because all you have to do is just pull the trigger and it does the bump firing for you. That's the only reason why people got bump stocks. Like, I mean, you know, people will still bump fire it. I mean, you know, without it, it's just a little bit more difficult, you know, unless you're more familiar with your weapon. I mean, so it's just like, I can technically bump fire the shotgun I own right now. Like, is it, you know, easy? No. Like, it's actually pretty difficult, especially when it's a fucking 12 gauge. But, you know, still, I can do it. You know, it's just like, and I have tried it before, and yes, it's hard. I mean, but nonetheless, you could still do it. I mean, you know, it's like, I don't need a goddamn bump stock, you know, for my shotgun. I don't even know if they even made those, you know, or anything like that. Maybe they did. But it's just like, it doesn't matter now. But, like, even if they did made bump stocks for, like, my fucking gun or some shit, it's just like, I wouldn't need that to do that with it. It's just like, so there's just certain legislation when it comes to that type of shit that's just dumb as fuck and just doesn't need to happen. And doesn't do anything but just kind of fuck people over like me. You know, where it's like, hey, you know, here's something, you know, here's a part for a gun that makes it easier to operate it. It's like, oh, cool, sweet. But, you know, it's like, we gotta ban that because some fucker, you know, bump stocked a gun and shit and did a massacre and shit. You know, it's like, maybe it's the person themselves and maybe it's the fact that there's an accessibility problem. Like, law-abiding citizens, like me, shouldn't have, you know, issues with that type of thing. But there should be systems in place to make sure that people, like the crazy person that shoots up a place, you know, doesn't have accessibility to that. And to the people that, you know, are lackluster about their fucking, you know, firearm ownership and let accessibility, you know, be given to people like that, they should have severe penalties as well, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. There needs to be systems in place and checks and balances when it comes to things like that. And when it comes to things like you know, magazines, when it comes to like magazine capacity or bump stocks, whatever the fuck, or optics or shit like that, I mean, it's just like, whatever. I mean, at that point, as long as you have like the licensing, the guns tied to your name and all this other shit, the checks, balances, etc., all that's put in place, you know, at least in my hypothetical idea when it comes to like gun ownership. I've talked about it in broad detail, you know, plenty of times on stream before. And it's just like, I mean, as long as those type of things are in place, I don't got a problem with, you know, somebody having, like, you know, all, you know, the crazy fucking, you know, tacked out fucking, you know, like, gun that they want or some shit, or, like, their dream fucking, like, decked out gun, or the rigged out whatever and shit. Like, I don't care at that point. As long as they just go through the processes and are shown they're able and capable of owning such a thing and are insured and made sure that it's not going to go into improper hands. And as long as that they can, you know, insure all that type of shit, no problems. Like, I mean, I'm like that. Like, I mean, I'm looking at mine right now. Like, it ain't out of my fucking eyesight. It ain't, you know, never leaving this fucking, you know, room in general. It ain't going nowhere. Like, I mean, it's like, as long as you're responsible, safe for your shit, it should be okay. As long as, you know, I know plenty of people who are like this. I mean, you know, even with my more, you know, conservative type of a coworker that I've talked about before, like, even he agrees to this type of shit. Because it's just like, honestly, you know, because it's, you know, like, I think to people who aren't the crazy, like, amosexuals, like, take it from my cold dead hand type, you know, type of people and shit. Like, when it comes to, like, literally anything and everything under the sun when it comes to gun legislation. Like, I mean, you know, like, most people aren't like that, really. Like, I mean, most people I've ever known who are pro-gun do understand that, yeah, maybe at least having some legislation to make sure there's some licensing, the gun's tied to your name and all this other stuff, and some basic background checks, and an FFL license, you know, and all this other shit. Like, all these things are important and should be enforced, but, like, you know, there is a thing as going too far with that type of stuff, I think. I guess that's maybe an American-centric pro Second Amendment type of view, I guess, but nonetheless, it's definitely one of my more very libertarian views about it. I'm definitely, I guess, even to more gun control activists, more lax about guns, even to them. But it's just because I understand there's a lot of people that are safe, responsible, and know what they're fucking doing. And I'm one of those people. Or at least I try to be. So it's just like, it shouldn't be a hard thing. Hi. Well, hello. Hello. I'm in a drunken rant right now about guns. I actually don't recognize the name, so you must be new. I just want 1911 Lamau. Any gun beyond that is just gravy. I'm seeing myself and I'm like, I want more than that. Like, I wanted a 1911. Oh god, especially like a original Colt model 1911. Oh fuck. A Krag Jorgensen, a Springfield licensed Krag Jorgensen. Oh my god. Now remember on Gunbroker looking at one that was on a bidding too. Oh man, I still might try to go for that depending on how it looks. Anyway, but there's also like an SKS, a Kalashnikov, which at least it's not a Kalashnikov technically, it's a Fishka Century Arms, but it's still an AK. So I guess I'm technically going to get that one soon. But there's a lot of different things that I'm going to get. But like at least I can at least think of at least 4 to 5 firearms that I would actually want, and anything beyond that would be gravy. But that's just me. But I guess again, that's probably a little bit more of the pro-gun, like country boy part of me coming out right there. But like I was kind of talking about earlier, like having at least some gun legislation, regulation, all that stuff, I think is very important. But there is definitely a line in the sand when it comes to some of that type of stuff. Because, I mean, you don't want, someone who actually has, like, some violent background or is too mentally ill where they might harm themselves or others. Like, there's definitely, some shit you want to make sure. And there's, an accessibility thing that you want to, like, ensure of. But when it comes to things like, like I was talking about earlier, like bump stocks, mag capacities, and, suppressor stuff like that, maybe with certain things like, suppressors, automatic weapons, stuff like that, you should probably go through maybe a couple extra hoops. But beyond that, I mean, as long as you go through those hoops and pass them and you're totally fine, whatever, who cares? I mean, I'm fine with it, as long as you're able to, qualify for them. Which, I mean, at least right now, for a lot of places and a lot of states, that process is, available and there. I mean, but it just needs to be kind of more of a federalized standard, which there really isn't. So we're just kind of left by the states to kind of figure out, what do we do? So some states are just like, who gives a fuck, let it be the Wild West, and some states are just heavily restrictive, and it's fucking dumb. You call me. I know. Oh, dastard communist. You want just like basic licensing to make sure that like a gun's tied to someone's name? Communist. Are you one of those libertarians who think you should be able to buy rocket launchers? Are you, Ignal? Oh, 100%. Honestly, though, okay, kayfabe aside, like, maybe not having, like, the actual munitions, but maybe having, like, dummy rounds, so to speak. Because I know there's, like, dummy RPGs that, are rare as fuck, but are available, to use and shit. I wouldn't necessarily mind, in a sense, if people had those, but, like, actual RPGs, or at least, like, the actual, like, munitions for those fucking things, I don't know about that. Like, I guess if you go through, maybe, like, if there was, like, literally the most strictest of processes to go through for something like that, I mean, but, I mean, that one, I think we're really starting to kind of skirt one of my lines. Where's your friend? He is goofy. I like him. Who, my buddy Venom? He's, my buddy from Alabama. Even though I'm out in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon. So, I get the luxuries of having things like legal weed. I think my dad is trying to get Bandit. Even though my cat is inside. Or he's with some cough, I don't know what. No, the guy from your work. Oh. Oh, him. Oh, so you have been on here before. Oh. But, nah, he's either at his, fiance's or his, mama's house. One of the two. Pretty sure fiance's. Usually on Saturdays, he visits one of the two of them. No one ever cares about Venom. Sad face. Oh, oh my god. What is this nonsense? Oh, don't even give me that shit. You know, here. I just realized, why is my screen up at this point? But, like, I mean, come on now. Like, don't give me that nonsense. That, you know that is bullshit. That's bullshit, and you know it. Bruh, how often do I text you when I'm on, like, break from work or some shit? Or when it's, like, dead from, you know, at work or whatever the hell? Like, I mean, come on. Come on now. Come on now. Like, even today. Like, how often... I mean, it's... I mean, it's just like, Lamau, we basically talk every day. I know. Exactly. Oh, but no one ever cares. It's like, oh, well, explain that. Shit, you text back more than my supposed best friend here. What? Really? Damn! Dude, shade throne, bro. A compliment and shade at the same time. I feel complimented, but your best friend over there just got some shade, son. Damn. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna lie, that was kind of an ego boost. This guy, he's got a daughter and a son to take care of, lol. You know what? Honestly, that is very understandable. That is way more understandable, because that's more attention than what Zukov needs, because apparently he's heavily distracted. Harassing my dad. Oh, look at that little bone in your mouth. Oh. Zukov, you bye-bye. Zukov, you're supposed to be in his way. You're supposed to be in his way and harass him.
He already was.
No, he needs to keep doing that constantly. Harass him. Bad boy, you're not harassing him. You little asshole. Don't stare at me like that. Jackass. Oh, you little fucking prick. Lamau, I thought I heard, look at that boner in his mouth. Bruh! Bruh! What? What? How? Where did you get boner from bone? Bone? Boner. Like, oh my god. Okay. Wow. I must not be the only one drinking. You must have had a nap, but, looks like you had a little party fever afterwards. Oh. Zukov's a good little boy. He's a good boy. I have a 24 pack of Twisted Tea. Oh, nice. Honestly, like, I did unironically kind of pregame before I even started the stream because my, I guess not mine, but one of the coworkers, I'll say, I already kind of said earlier, but I'll kind of, but like one of the coworkers is like, hey, what's that? Twisted Tea? I never had that. Okay if I have a sip of that? You know, because he was on break. I was about to clock off. I just, came back from Sevy's because it's literally right across the street from my work. Honestly, basically at this point, at least whenever I'm feeling like I want a burr, especially last night and tonight, I'd literally be going over there and then clocking off because, you know what, I deserve a drink on the fucking company dime. Fuck them. So, I was like, you know what, whatever. But I was like, it's like, I probably wouldn't recommend it if you're, if you think, it might not be a good idea, and, because another coworker was like, that's probably not a good idea, you probably don't want to, because you might black out, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know, and I was saying, like, I don't know, one sip probably won't do too much, but I probably personally wouldn't risk it, so, it's like, but that's up to you. You're an adult, you make your decisions, and if you want to, I mean, I'm gonna drink it anyway, so, blah, 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 and he's just like, I'm an adult, I can make my own decisions, I want a sip, so I was like, fuck it, because he wanted to try a little bit of this Twisted Tea, and so I cracked that open first, so I drank, like, at least, like, a fifth of that before starting to stream, and I already started getting a little inebriated from there, and because he did that, I got this. So, getting a little bit more inebriated than last night. So, why do you always wear so many buttons? Is it a part of your uniform? Just wondering. I mean, most of them. I mean, this, here, I guess I could go for them, one by one, I guess. This one right here, I'll try to zoom in on them, but, this one right here is not. I found this online, which is actually tied into another pin I'll show in a second, but this one is, one I have on, that I found, which says, enjoy work breaks, think labor unions, and that's what it says right there. This one is from work. This is actually my local union, the United Food Commercial Workers Union, which is affiliate of the AFL-CIO. But this one says right here, essential not disposable, and on the very top right there, which you might not be able to see, it says 5x5, which is my local union, local 5x5. And this is another pin, which I bought with this one, which, well, self-explanatory. And over here, this is a work pin. They had a bunch of these at work, which, self-explanatory. It's like kind of an LGBT pin with, the LGBT flag there, Proud Portland, pretty self-explanatory. And this one's just kind of another color, different color iteration of this one right here. I mean, pretty much the same thing, but a different color format. And these right here are how long I've been working there, working at my workplace. So this is 5 years, and that's my 6-year pin. And because I'm not a weird anti-vaxxer, ivermectin taking son of a bitch, I got that one too. And during a labor rally once, there was the IWW, and I got that pin as well. And, oh, I forgot this one. That was another one I got when I was there as well. This little guy, which also kind of has a LGBT bandana on it. And this I found online, but it's like a little IWW pin. That's pretty much just all it is. And this is a shop steward pin of also the UFC W right there, which kind of has like a little logo on it. But it's like a vintage pin that I found online as well, but because I've been trying to push for the shop steward position at my store, I've been wearing it. And it's also been something that my unions saw and like, hey, you know, there's no shop steward at the store. You know, this guy wants it, so we're definitely taking note of it. So at least, you know, it's definitely something that I'm very likely to probably, hopefully, you know, get to be. Which, you know, definitely will make that pin a lot more meaningful than just, you know, some pin I found, I guess. So. But in a sense, I already kind of feel that way, because actually recently there was a new contract that I voted on, and what I found out, it was me and basically like no more than like 3 or 4 other people from my store that voted on the contract, even though our store had the most complaints when it come to working conditions and the problems of management and all this other bullshit. And it's just like, like when it came to me, that put like a fucking damper on some shit a little bit, because it's like, man, like all these other stores or all these other places that don't really have it as bad, like more of them showed up, but we didn't, even though we got the most problems. Like, it's like that definitely put a little damper on that day. But I mean, that entire day, it was just like, whew. I mean, it was probably one of the more, you know, better days of my life, because it was just like, you know, for once, I felt like, you know, I actually partook in something that actually had a fundamental change and something better, not just for myself, but for, you know, the people in my own neighborhood that also work there, and for everyone else besides, and for anyone who works there in the future. Like, it was something that I had not just a voice, but had like a part in that type of shit. And I was just like, and for that alone just made me, you know, like, it made me feel more proud or more like uplifted than like these fucking, you know, like political elections that happen every goddamn, like, you know, 4 years and shit. Like, at least for me. So it's just like, you know, at the end of the day, it really shows that like this whole like labor unionization efforts that are especially, you know, starting to take, you know, the country by storm lately via like Amazon, Verizon, Starbucks, etc. I mean, it's just like, to me, it just, I feel more vindicated than ever that is the fucking route right now. Because, like, that's the biggest bridge amongst, you know, like, any fucking, like, you know, political divide right now and shit. And anybody who is, you know, possible, you know, to, like, win over, you know, against, you know, potential, like, kind of regressive ideas and shit, or whatever the fuck, you know, when it comes to social views and shit. Like, that's the biggest bridge, you know, to potentially, you know, mend, you know, some of these fucking divisions and shit, where there can actually be more understanding in that type of stuff when you happen to be, like, maybe, like, you know, some conservative person that initially was anti-trans and shit, but if you're walking on the fucking strike line and defending, you know, your coworker and, you know, on the line and shit from, you know, some scab or some fucking pig that's fucking arresting him and shit that happens to be trans, it's like, honestly, at the end of the day, at that, you know, when you fucking rest your head at night, you know, as that conservative person, you're probably gonna have a different position about that fucking trans person and shit than you did like a couple weeks before. Guaranteed. Because, like, I mean, there's a total different fucking, you know, view and perspective when you're defending that person on the line than, you know, than not. Because when it comes to that type of shit, the same type of stuff, you know, that person might feel, you know, just as much as you, is on the line at that rate. When it comes to your bread and butter, you know, your paycheck and shit, and how you pay your bills, all that's on the line at that point. You know, so it's just like, I mean, when it comes to whatever social divides at that point, that's just kind of like minority secondary shit. Disney, oh, did you hear about DeSantis? Yeah, I heard about that. Where DeSantis took out their special privileges in their counties or whatever the fuck. Which, that part is kind of base, but there's, you know, there's other shit about DeSantis that's just like, ugh. But at least when it comes to Disney, it's like, oh, I feel so owned. Wow, you're actually gonna like start taxing Disney and all this other stuff. Oh, I feel so owned. Oh, I just got owned. Oh, how shall I ever recover from such ownage? Oh. This is Sans taxing them. Well, there's special privileges when it came to them having I think it's Disney World. Like, they basically were partially, at least to some extent, if not entirely tax exempt, basically. Like, there's a lot of, like, there's a lot of money that can be made for the state of Florida from Disney that is just not taxed, basically. So I know one element of that type of shit is, at play when it comes to that, where there are special rights on that type of... Here, let me try to find an article. I know my friend sent it to me. Let's see here. Oh, where'd it go? What do you do with it? Oh, it's down here. Right? Where'd it go? I know it's in this group chat. Hold on. Oh, wait, here it is. Wait. No, that wasn't it. Where the fuck? Where'd it go? Oh, wait, here it is. The Senate's actually cracked down on Disney to quote on Lebs. It feels so fucking old right now, Lamau. Alright, here it is. Florida Governor DeSantis bill signs science bill revoking Disney special district status. Okay, here it is. On Friday, signed a bill into law revoking the Walt Disney Company's special district status in the state. Just days after the legislation was first introduced on Tuesday. Disney, as of this point, declined to comment on legislation, blah, blah, blah. Since saying to recreate... Okay, whatever. Yeah, but basically, like, their special statuses and shit have been revoked, so now they're more liable for taxation amongst other shit. So, which honestly is a good thing. And I know there's been like other states, I think like Colorado, for example, that have been like willing to be like, hey, Disney, if you come over here and and start putting your business here, we'll give you special privileges. Like, but they're kind of doing that for a while. So if anything, like Disney might at this point jump on that. So Colorado might, be where, like, Disney might, take some ventures. I mean, it might be another state or some shit. Like, there might be kind of a little bit of a bidding war between some of these states with Disney. Which is gonna be grosser than shit, but nonetheless, I mean, it's just kind of how the system works at this point. So it's like, ugh. It's disgusting. But honestly, if they're like removing their special privileges, I'm pretty sure that means they're taxing them. Which honestly, that in a sense is good. Because that's going to be a lot of money that's going to be going into the state of Florida, which means that, that's going to help, bolster whatever type of, like, programs and, whatever the fuck, Florida needs to at least be, like, at least, like, somewhat on par with the rest of us, I guess. So, like, if there are different social programs, if they even have any, amongst other shit. So, I mean, it's, like, overall, I think, actually, when it comes to that type of thing, it is good. So, in a weird way, that's kind of, like, questionably, like, accidentally based for DeSantis to do that. But, I mean, it's not because of the goodwill of, of his heart that he did that. It's because he thinks Disney's all woke, or whatever the fuck. So, he wants to, try to crack down on the wokeness, or whatever the fuck. Just to make believe fucking bullshit that they're trying to fucking, like, harper at this point. Which is just like, I mean, the only reason why a culture war is really even a thing at this point is because they keep fucking trying to perpetrate one. It's like, ugh. it's like me being a bi pro trans motherfucker and shit. I'm not trying to like enact some culture war. Like, if you're Sukov, what are you doing? It's like, I mean, it's like, honestly, if you're not like a fan of someone who's trans or whatever, like really at the end of the day, it's not really my business. I don't care. Just don't try to fucking enact like a policy about it, and don't try to like make it like society's problem or some shit. Like, that's really my issue with it. Like, I don't really care if someone happens to be like, oh no, trans person. Like, alright, well, yeah, like, you're a little weird, but whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, I mean, at that point, just don't try to make it like some goddamn policy or whatever. Like, still fucking people. I mean, it's just like having them, you know, make sure that they also have at least some basic like healthcare, you know, services, you know, for what they need, and you know, just some basic shit like, oh, they can, you know, just, you know, go to the bathroom to whichever one they want, which honestly, like, to me, and that, you know, when it comes to that type of shit with like the bathroom issue, it's like, let's just make like public bathrooms like this kind of like bigger space where there's just like, you know, individual private stalls where it's like there's no like those weird like 1 to 2 feet spacings in between, just like straight up like a private area with like, you know, a urinal and like the regular toilet, you know, all the basic, you know, amenities, and in the big room there's just all like the fucking sinks and the soaps and all that shit. Like, why can't we just have that? Like, at least let's start with that with like stadiums and shit like that. Like, we can easily accommodate, you know, different stadiums and shit like that, you know, in their bathrooms and things like this. So let's just like start with that and make like, you know, different infrastructure and retrofit, you know, different stuff, you know, like that over time. I mean, makes sense to me at least. Just like, you know, make it more like, you know, neutral, you know, like bigger, you know, bathroom areas and shit where they're more like, you know, just generalized restroom type of facilities. But no, it has to be like some weird like grooming pedophile type of problem, whatever the fuck. But gotta go to the bathroom again, so here I'm gonna pull up a tune real quick and be right back. All that fun shit and blah blah blah. So hey baby. And Payday can't get here fast enough, lol. Also, I feel ya. Payday for me is every Thursday, but whenever it's not Thursday, I feel the exact same way. Like Friday for Wednesday, I'm like, God damn it, Payday, come on. Baby. Payday for me is the 3rd of every month. It should be like literally every week. I mean, honestly, even if it is like every month, it needs to be at least like, you know, an income that can at least sustain you comfortably for a fucking month. You should turn old stadiums into low-income apartments for the poor. I also don't even disagree with that. Because, like, the center of the stadium could be, like, kind of like a big community, like, kind of park area. I like those. They're lemon cakes, huh? Yep. What? Alright, hold on. What's that, lol? No, you're right. It's lemon cake. Come here, baby. You want to be on my lap. Ugh. Hold on, you got the charger cable to my laptop all mixed up. Your dog is cute, dude. He is. He's a sweet baby. He's a little terrorist, though. Hold on, I got. Oh, you can't. Nah, get away from my lemon cake, you bitch. What the hell? Damn, he got big. Yes, he did. Oh. I don't even think it's done growing yet. Baby. Hold on. He's a good boy. Stick up is a good boy. He deserves lemon cake. No, he doesn't. Well, maybe he does, but he ain't getting it from me. Oh, you goof. What are you doing? What is this? Oh my god, his face can melt souls like no one's business. What is this? Look at all this fluff. All this fluff. Yeah. Oh, your face all smush. I'm like he isn't my dog because I get him fat on treats. Well, thank God that you're not around him, because I don't want him fat. I want him like kind of plump and big, but I don't want him like a big chunk of a boy. That's Bandit's job. Bandit is meant to be chunk. Zukov is just gonna be like big sweet boy. What are you doing? What is this? Don't use my hand as a pillow. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Bruh. Bruh. Stop it. Stop moving. Where is the cat? Lol. I don't know. Actually, he's outside because when I went to take a piss, I saw my bedroom window open because of that little fuck. So he's outside somewhere. I know that much. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, you almost spilled my weed, you fuck. Oh, I would have been so mad at you. Alright, I am moving that right now. Stop moving! Okay. Bandit can open your window. That cat is capable of many things. Yes, he can. I'm not even kidding. This dog can open gates. Bandit can open windows and try to open doors. Like, I mean, these animals are capable of things you wouldn't even understand, bro. Can I help you? His ears are cute. Dude, his ears are ridiculous. Hold on. His little ears, dude, I can't get enough of them. It's such a goof. I did not expect that. Oh, you little Moni Magroni, little baloney. What are you doing? Oh, suka! Brilliant! Oh, fuck. Okay, can I even lift you? You know what? Oh, those banana. I'm wrestling Zukov in a chair. This is not an optimal situation. Zukov, you fucking goof. Whoa! Oh, you fucking piece of shit! My hat! Your legs are getting in the way. With that 40 pounds of pup, you don't want to break your bong. This dog is actually like 52 pounds plus. I'm not even kidding. It's probably like 58 pounds now. Okay, I'm actually feeling the burn in my arms. Oh, I'm getting a workout fucking lifting you, bruh. One day Zukov will challenge you for alpha. He already does that on a daily basis. Look at him. I had to challenge him by lifting him as like a little weight. Yeah. You big old ball. And this is why I'm surprised I haven't broken anything yet. Because I roughhouse with him all the time like this. I roughhouse with him. And barely, like the only time shit gets destroyed is whenever I don't pay attention to him. Okay. You cunt! You exploded shit everywhere. I'm blaming you for that one. Nah, don't even pretend to try to, like, you know, think you were innocent on that. I'm surprised you haven't broken anything either. Let's not try to fucking, you know, push our luck. You're goofy, baby. I'll just put that right there, so that's at least out of the way. God damn this dog. Okay, you know what? You deserve a treat. Fuck you. Fuck you, dog. Up. There you go. Zukov has deserved treats. Honestly, I was supposed to only give him like one of these today, and I gave him like 3 today. Honestly, I'm spoiling him too much. I need to stop. Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't lose any of my weight. Like, that was somehow spared and saved in the chaos that is Zukov. I don't, like, honestly, I am surprised that didn't even tip over or anything. I'm just shocked. Twisted tea is good. Of course it is. Funny, my coworker was just like, ew, Twisted tea needs like some sugar in it, bro. And also I was telling him, it's like, dude, it gets better when you drink it over time. Like, the initial first couple sips are kind of shitty, but after that, it's actually pretty good. So, it's like, I don't know, bro. It's like, you only had a sip. you had the worst of it. Like, by the time I started drinking it and shit, as I was walking home, it was already good. Like, once it opens, like, it actually starts getting good. But once you, like, open it and then drink it, like, right off the bat, yeah, it's not as good. At that point, it's definitely got a bitterness to it. So he got all, like, he got all, like, all the bitterness, and I didn't. I was just like, yeah. No bitterness, fuck yeah. I remember to see when it first came out, it used to be awful. Oh man, I can only imagine. No fucking way you're done with that treat already, bro. You degenerate. You're back already? No, you did not eat that already. Get. Andale, andale. Los. Schnell, los. Los. Schnell. Nein. Schwarzes Deutsch? Nein. Schnell. Auf. You did not finish your treat. Auf. I know you didn't. There's no way in hell. Ja, und steh auf. Schwein. Arschloch. Suka on street after treat. I know. It's what the fuck, bro. Deutschland. Eh. Kind of. Honestly, thank Rammstein for that. For any Deutschland, for any Deutsche that I learned, thank Rammstein for that. I'm not even kidding. Baby. Yeah? No way you ate all that. There's no way you ate all of that treat, dude. I'm saying right, German. I can ask you if you speak English. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Sprechen Sie Deutsch, ja? Nein? Ah, nein, oh. Honestly, I have no room to talk. I don't really know that much German. I guess the Russian. I know some swear words. Suka. What else? I know Suka. You know, honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I'm actually kind of struggling. I'm actually kind of rusty as hell. Fuck. Damn. Because I know Choi is a shit. So that isn't really necessarily... Damn. I guess I don't really know as much. Hey, what are you doing? 9! Hi! Alf! Hi! 9! Zucker! Hi! Zvana? Or sauna. I don't really know acrylic that much. I don't know what the first thing is. Las Nina? Those are different ways to say an ass. Oh. Well, I don't know how you necessarily pronounce them, but I hope I kind of got it right. I know Moskva, Choi, Suka Bliet, Da, До свидания. I think that's about it. Pretty sure you got it right. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot. So whatever I kind of got right off the bat initially, I guess that's what it. Ziona. Blasunia. I don't know. I don't know acrylic as much. If you get like a German dialect or an Icelandic or a Scandinavian dialect, I will definitely know it. Oh my god. You never. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try. Okay, Oh, That's, I love cake. Definitely. I don't fucking. I don't know acrylic. I'm not even gonna try. Nope. Nope. So what you get? You get a paw. I'm pawing him. Quit pawing me, I won't paw you. I know some basic Russian because my aunt was a guard at the embassy during her tour of duty. Whoa. Do you like savory or sweet food? Copen on los dos. I love like, that's a rock and a hard place right there. Like, goddamn. Like, it probably would have been better if he said, like, spicy or sweet. Because at that point, it would have been easier. But savory and sweet? I mean, that's kind of hard to choose. I love savories and I love sweet. And I love spicy too. Spicy. She also had a brick from the Berlin Wall. I do too. Well, I guess technically my mom does, but... She actually got it because my granddad, her dad, did a tour in Europe during like the kind of around like the late 80s, very early 90s, and when he was in Germany, that was around the time the Berlin Wall fell, so he was able to collect a couple pieces and gave a couple to my mom. So I have at least 2. Well, I guess I technically don't, but I mean, I kind of have made sure that they're more secure in a safe place to ensure they don't get lost. Change subject, dude, lol. To what? I mean, we're just kind of like talking about just different shit now at this point. If you want to see subject change, just fucking ask a question and change the topic or something. What are you doing over there? Hey! What are you doing over there? I see your booty sticking out. What are you doing? Hey! What are you doing? I saw your booty sticking out. What were you doing? Why are you wagging your tail? Don't paw at me. Goof. It's all soft. It's such a soft ball. Why are you so soft? Why? Why? You prick. Flag is about the New World Order. Huh? What, this one? How? It's more of an alternative history flag more than anything. It's not even based on a real, like, country or anything. Like, it's based on the Kaiserreich mod of, the Combined Syndicates of America. Hence the CSA. JK. Oh, okay, thank God. I was about to be like, wait, what? I was about to like kind of be confused as shit, like, wait. Like, out of everything people have confused this for, like, that was gonna be a new one. Cause honestly, like there's a lot of times where people are like, what is that? Confederate States America, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, what? And I look at those people, I'm like, yo, the color scheme, like even this, the roundel itself is based on the IWW logo, so it's just like, I mean, like, fuck, like I was showing earlier, like it's on the pin, right here. Like, see? I mean, it's pretty much almost goddamn identical. Outside of it being IWW, it's CSA, so it's a little different, but it's not the same CSA. So it's just like, I mean, I don't know if there's been people who are trolling or not, but there has been people that have, I know at least a few have unironically thought that's a different CSA, and I'm just like, oh my god, no. It's like, I mean, I figured if they were at least kind of more questionable, considering the color scheme, I'd figure that'd be okay. Like, alright, I get it, but, like, when they're immediately like, that's Confederate flag thing, it says CC on it, boo, and it's like, huh? It's like, where's the, like, Confederate ideology in that, outside of the, yeah, say, I guess, but even then, like, everything else about it kind of, like, nullifies any of the, like, whole, like, Southern Confederacy bullshit. Oh my god, hiccups, come on. Not now. Are you a bot? Are you a bot? Look, you know what? I've been, you know, looking at this fella for a while. I'm pretty sure this son of a bitch right here is a bot. I've been eyeballing this guy for a while. I think he's a bot. Got a bot on our hands right here, folks. Right here is a bot. We got a bot on our hands. Oh, shit. Now the question is whether it's like a Russian bot or not. Or if it's like, you know, like a Chinese bot or something. I love that especially. I've actually gotten that before, where it's just like, you're a bot, and it's like, what? It's like, if you want, it's like, I always like to rebuke them and be like, yo, if you want proof I'm not, just, especially if it's in YouTube comments, I'm just like, just literally go to my channel, like, bruh. I got your bot right here. Cracks open a cold one. I mean, it's like, hey, I join you on that. I'm actually low. No! I'm sad. I'm low. Actually, that's a good thing, because this is my third. This is my third one. It's probably good that it's the last one. A part of me was thinking I probably wasn't gonna crack it open, but you know what? I did anyway, because fuck it. Though, I definitely need to probably sober up a bit once I finish it. But luckily I got teeth and wheat thins and another lemon cake. So, and I also got like actual like substance that, you know, in the fridge, like some burritos, some pizza, some ramen, if I for some reason feel like I'm up for it. So, I got some options. Baby. Aww. He's so cute. Think about trying to get a part-time job, like work up to 20 hours a week without risking my SSDI. I mean, it'll definitely help, at least kind of give you a little extra savings. You know, I would definitely, you know, if you're going to do that, I would definitely especially try to see, you know, whatever's closest, you know, that is offering something like that. And, you know, and just, you know, like, you know, just kind of do that for a little bit. Because if you save up enough, then you might be able to get something like, you know, a car or, you know, some means of an ability to where you could probably, you know, try to GT the fuck out, you know, like, you know, out of where you're at. So, you know, nonetheless, that would be able to at least, you know, give you a little extra something. And I also know people who are coworkers myself that, you know, also have SSDI and, you know, only work a certain amount of hours and shit because of that. And, you know, they're able to, you know, do it and make it, you know, make it through. So, you know, so it's just about, you know, trying to at least, you know, thinking, you know, where, you know, it's at least, you know, best, you know, like what accommodates. Thinking about the local Dollar General, it's not very busy and they're always hiring. There you go. And honestly, especially when it comes to part-time jobs, like at least when it comes to something part-time, like janitorial slash like stockings, aka like warehousing and stuff like that. Like that's probably the best case scenario for something when you want something part-time, because also you minimize the chance of dealing with customer service bullshit. So, I mean, that's what I would probably recommend, is trying to find something in like warehousing or like janitorial work or some shit like that. Because then, again, minimalizes customer service work and having to deal with people in general. And also, you know, it's a little bit more flexible with things like part-time and shit. Moving on my cans. Oh, finished them all. Nice. What? Oh, baby. What? Cute little baby. They work today? I guess for Sunday, I guess it is technically today. And no, I don't. And so I'm a little bit more liberal about, you know, kind of fucking off and drinking a little more and shit. One thing I was gonna do was probably just go to Sportsman's Warehouse, look at the gun I was looking at, and kind of follow up mainly about, like, you know, like if there's like payment plan options or shit like that, blah blah blah, you know, to where I can, you know, maybe get that potentially sooner than later, you know, so I don't necessarily have to save up all the way, you know, before I get it. Because I know, at least especially with the Explore Rewards card that I have for Sportsman's, that I can at least, I think right now, have at least like a $250 limit, $250 with the credit. So if I at least get with that margin too, and especially if it's my first purchase, I can get, like, you know, a certain percentage off as well. So I don't know. I'll have to, you know, I'm gonna go there and kind of follow up some bullshit and see if, you know, hopefully, potentially I can, you know, even get that cheaper, especially with, like, the reward point thing. Because, like, if with the points and the reward system, I can also, use that to get some money off, too, as well, depending on how many points I've earned up over time. So, more I shop there, the more points I earn, so I go there for ammo and a bunch of other bullshit. Like, when it comes to things like, you know, things to store stuff in, or, you know, like random outdoor gear, my boots, etc., shit like that. You know, like, I mean, I go there just so I can build it up, because I'm going to use all those reward points to the gun. So I can at least save some money up, on top of whatever I could with the other shit. So hoping I can at least save some money buying it. If you guys like Black Mirror, I've never seen it, so I mean, I couldn't really say. Forgot about this series. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. What are you doing? Oh God, here we go. Is that a series where the rich are immortal at the cost of the poor? Whoa. I wanna know. Are you looking at my empty beer cans, you little shit? Are you trying to get drunk? Only I could do that. You're too young for that. Maybe later in life. Ugh. Why do you have to be so cute? Sukov doesn't need alcohol. He's too young and impressionable to drink. That's what I'm saying. That's why when I saw him doing that, I was like, why are you doing that, you little weirdo? Trying to, like, you know, scalp a little drink off of me? It's like, you little shit. Realistically, just not even... I mean, especially with, like, how much I drank, you know, with how I drank those beverages. I mean, there's not even, like, really much at all on the rims of those cans. So, he's not gonna get affected by it. But he still is showing incentive of, like, I like the taste of this, I want some. And it's like, nah, bruh. I'm gonna wait until, like, December or some shit. Then you might. Because I know there's been, you know, people in the past that will do that for the pooches, where they've done that before and they've been fine. So it's like, I know it doesn't, like, hurt them really, you know, as long as, you know, you don't overdo it. But, yeah. Even then, I only give them, like, the tiniest amount ever. My goodness. How long am I streaming for? Not even 420 yet? Damn. It's only been like 416 of streaming, and it's like, fuck. Boo. Not even like past that mark. Boo. Oh boy, looks like I wants to take a nap. Sweet little thing. Do you think there's universal paradox? Universal paradox? I guess I don't know, because I don't really know what that means necessarily. If you're asking more if, like, if there's like a multiverse or something like that, then I guess maybe. I think it's like an illusion, yeah. Oh. Oh, kind of like if, like, you know, life is illusion type of question. I mean, not necessarily, but there is kind of like an element of it, I guess. Because, I mean, how we perceive the world is based on our perception, which our perception is analyzed and perceived through our psychology. So, fundamentally, like, everything about how we perceive the world is psychology. So, I mean, in a sense, it's just like, I mean, I guess in that way it is, but I mean, it's not like the world itself is like an illusion. It's just that we all kind of, it's just that there's kind of like a perception about it that might be. Depending on how your brain develops, I guess. Hope we get a 4-day work week. I definitely do too. That'd definitely be fucking nice. Especially after like a little 3-day weekend. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, almost at the 420 mark. 20 seconds till. Yeah. But definitely feeling a little sleepy, faulty, yawning and shit, so once it hits 420, I smoke less bowl. Probably call it good and all that fun shit, but of course I'll definitely be around, you know, probably in the morning or sometime tomorrow. Since it's day off. You know, who knows? It could be anytime. But by the way, it's 420, so I'll probably smoke your bowls if you got them. Nice. Get some sleepy handsome boy. Well, definitely will. It'll be nice and splendid. I also know for a fact there's other galaxies out there. Well, of course, there's like all sorts of different galaxies that we have documented and, you know, have pictures of and, you know about. I mean, it's just more about, like, you know, kind of what's all going on in those galaxies that, you know, is kind of more of the question about it. But we won't be able to necessarily figure that out until we have technology for it. Which, hopefully, you know, we might get some of that in our lifetimes, but who knows? I hope. But anyway, at least for now, I'll call good. Get some sus in me and all that fun shit. But at least till then, peace out. And of course, I shall see y'all in the next one. So, toodaloo, my little lovely lemming.